Welcome to each of you to the June 13th, 2023 board meeting. Ms. Dance, we have a quorum. All board members are present. We'll begin tonight with the invocation by Mike Wooten and the Pledge of Allegiance by Terry Tippett.
Just come before you, just give you praise for the opportunities we have to serve you, also serve this county. Congratulate our seniors, class of 2023, as they prepare to take on the world and make us proud of everything that they do. We congratulate the parents as well, and their families, their extended families. Lord, just be with us as we make decisions, and we pray that every decision is made today with wisdom in your eyes. Carefully, we all praise and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Join with me as we honor America with the pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So move.
We'll let Terry make the motion.
At this time, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter into closed session pursuant to the General Statute 143-318-11A, 1, 3, and 6 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel files under General Statute 115C-321 to consider matters relating to initial employment of an individual employee, to prevent the disclosure of confidential student records under General Statute 115C-402, and to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Donovan. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0. We are now in closed session. welcome to all of you. It is great to have a room full of people to celebrate. We have some really exciting things that we're doing here tonight, and we're going to start off with Dr. Pierce.
Good afternoon, board members. It's very exciting for me to present to you tonight the naming of Smithfield-Selma High School soccer field. For over 30 years, Coach Earl has been on the soccer field coaching, supporting, and building relationships with students and players throughout Johnston County. You're going to notice that Coach Earl's not here because this is a surprise for Coach Earl, but I'll share with who is here representing Coach in just a second. Earl's involvement with Smithfield-Selma soccer started with his oldest child, Jeff. During Jeff's soccer time, Earl attended all the soccer games, home or away. He was dedicated to fans and the supporter of Smithfield-Selma's soccer program. During his time, Scott's soccer years, he became more involved as a volunteer on the sidelines, assisting and supporting the student athletes. During his daughter Erin's time at Triple S, Earl continued to volunteer with the soccer team as an assistant coach. Even after his children graduated, Coach Earl has continued to volunteer with Smithfield-Selma girls and boys soccer program. He continues to attend practices and games, providing water and Gatorade for student athletes. Throughout the years, he has contributed to the program by volunteering, coaching, advocating, and garnering support throughout the community to ensure the student athletes have the supplies needed to be successful on the field. While Coach Earl loves the game of soccer, what he treasures more are the relationships that he builds with each student athlete. As students grow as athletes on the field, the mentorship that Coach Earl provides helps student athletes on and off the field, preparing them for successful futures. Sports and soccer bring people together, and Coach Earl has been an integral part of building that at Smithfield-Selma. His dedication to the school in both girls and boys soccer programs have enriched and changed the lives of many student athletes. The opportunity to name the Smithfield-Selma High School soccer field after Earl Merritt would be a tribute to the countless hours he has dedicated to the program and the lasting impact he has had on the Smithfield-Selma student athletes, coaches, and volunteers. We ask that the Board of Education take this request under advisement for 60 days as required by Board Policy 2810, at which time the matter will be brought back to you for a board vote. I'd like to recognize and introduce to you Jeff, Earl's son, and Erin, the daughter, which are both here, and grandchildren Allie and Creighton. Did I get that right? Good deal, that are both here. And I'm going to ask Jeff to step up real quick to say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I just want to tell you, thank you for considering this. It's going to be a big surprise to my dad. This probably will be one of the best moments in his life, out probably even just as much as getting to order a long leaf pine. So there's two things he loved doing, leading. One was DSS, and the other is being involved in Triple S soccer. So, I've been playing soccer since 5, and so that's, how many years is that? Sorry, that's 30. Yeah, that's a lot. That's 37 years. So that just, and he's still doing it in 2023, and he loves it. So on behalf of my family, we just want to tell you thank you and for considering this. And if there's anything else you need from us, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be able to recognize a servant of our community for so many years, and we appreciate the Merritt family and all that you've done. Both your parents have been very active in our school system, and we're very grateful to them. So we look forward to coming back in 60 days, is that correct, and making this official, and maybe Dad will come with you on that one? Okay. Well, maybe he's not watching on TV. I don't know. But thank you so much for sharing your father with a whole lot of young people. Okay, I will move now into our time of approval of the minutes. I am going to pull out the closed session minutes that are documented B and F of Roman numeral 4 because we need to go over those minutes in closed session. We will be back in the closed session after this meeting. So I would ask for a motion to approve the May 9th regular session meetings. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnston. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0. Let's move to the May 10th special session. Do I have a motion to accept those minutes as they were written?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Donovan. Do I have a second? second by Mr. Carroll. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, 7-0. Let's move to the May 30th, 2023 special session. Do I have a motion to accept those minutes as they have been written for us? Motion by Mr. Carroll. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. And then we move to the June 5th special session. Do I have a motion to accept those minutes as written?
So move.
A motion by Mr. Wooten. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Carroll. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Ms. Anton, yes?
I wasn't there. I didn't want to.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. 6-0. Thank you for reminding me of that. 6-0. Okay, we will move now into our special recognition. Do I, Mr. Paliska, okay.
Also, before we start, parents that want to come behind the board and take pictures when your student comes up would be great. You can come right behind the board members.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Bracy, thank you so much for having us here tonight. So excited to wrap up the year. It was a great year in athletics in the county, and we're so thankful for the support and what everybody does, from the coaching staff to teachers, and our student athletes really were able to accomplish a lot this school year. You'll see all the spring medalists from the NCHSA events and a couple other teams we're going to be recognizing as well. First, we have the Clayton High, I should just call them the sprint team, not the track team. They did excellent at the state championships. Here to help celebrate them tonight is Principal Melissa Hubbard, Coach Walker, and Assistant AD Marlon Lee. First, we're going to talk about Dasmond James. Dasmond was a multi-state champion this past spring. He won the 100-meter, the 200-meter, and with gathering enough points, he was also declared the 4A most valuable player or most valuable athlete for the 4A state championships. He was also on some of the relay teams we're going to talk about here shortly. Dasmond plans to attend college to play football and run track. Let's give Dasmond a round of applause. Also in attendance, we have C.J. Martin. He is the 400-meter state champion, 400-meter regional champion, 4x100 relay member of a conference and regional championship, and a member of the boys track team regional championships for this school year. CJ will be returning for his senior year as he's a junior to play football and run track. CJ plans to attend a 4-year college or university and continue his athletic career. Let's give CJ a round of applause.
Which one, raise your hand when he calls your name. Which one's Dasmond? CJ? Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. And you could come on out over here a little bit. Here, come on up. Come on up. Line right there. You come up there. You two right there. Perfect, guys. Thank you. Now, the Clayton 4x200 meter relay team. C.J. Martin, 11th grader, Dasmond James, senior, Trevor Hyman, 11th grader, and Matthew Walker, a 10th grader. They were able to place third at the state championships, and they were first in their conference and at the regional meet. The members of this team did an outstanding job this spring. Next, we have the Clayton 4x4 meter relay team. This made up by Trevor Hyman, 11th grader, Carlos Martin, Jeremiah Maritelli, and Ethan Acosta. They are the boys 4x400 meter relay, 4th place at the state meet. They were 3rd place at the regional and 2nd place in the conference. And as members of the boys track team, they did win a regional title this year. So this is your Clayton High boys track participants that won medals this spring, and Coach Walker is here. And Dasmond's going to Arkansas on a football scholarship after having a great spring. So that's great to hear for Dasmond, and we're really excited for him, and it was able to definitely work hard. So congratulations, young man. Let's give Clayton a round of applause here. All other track athletes. Brad, you go first. Diane. Brad, Diane, Aiden, and then Ethan. That'll be perfect. Next up, we have some other track athletes. We had a great time at A&T when they were hosting the state championships there. A lot of success for the county. Corinth holders, this is Brad Pavlock. He's a junior. He's a thrower. He got a medal for 4th place in the boys discus in the 4A. He currently holds the school record for both the discus and the shot put. His personal best is a 161.7 for the discus and a 45.11.5 for the shot. So he's very excited. The coach said Brad's an incredibly driven individual. His work ethic is like no other. He works out multiple times a day like clockwork. He is one of the first people to show up for practice and one of the last ones to leave. He's passionate, and we really look forward to see what he is going to accomplish. And Coach Loeffler is here as well as Principal Reynolds to help support Brad today. So let's give Brad a round of applause. Next, we have Aiden Taylor from Princeton. Mr. Ellis and Coach Michael Price are here to support him as well as his family. And Aiden medaled in the high jump. He's a 12th grader. He placed 3rd in the conference in the 400-meter as well and broke a school record with a time of 53.34 seconds at the conference championships. In the high jump, with a height of 6'2", he placed 2nd in regionals and 4th in the states with the same exact height. Coach's comments. This is Aiden's first year competing in track. He excelled in the long jump, the 400-meter dash, the 4x2 relay, and high jump. He received the MOP Awards for boys track and received an overall Male Athlete of the Year award for Princeton High School, which was announced on May 25th. He embodies everything a coach desires in a player: integrity, athleticism, and coachability. I wish he had a few more years to see what he could have done in the sport of track and field, because we all know he did pretty well in the gymnasium this winter. And with that, his future plans, Aiden, is he's committed to play basketball at Davidson College in the fall. Let's give Aiden a big round of applause. From South Johnston, Diane Boykin, girls discus, was a medalist at the state championships for 3A. Principal Weaver, AD Ashley Ennis, and Coach Kim Peacock are here as well as family to help support Diane. Diane's a senior. She is the school record holder in the girls discus, 2021, 22, 23 all conference, 21, 22, 23 conference first place in throwing, 21, 22, 23 regional qualifier in the discus as well, the 2023 3A regional first place winner, so she was a regional champion, and she qualified for the states all three past years. In 2023, we know she finished 4th place and got a medal. I was there for the throws, and the 3A had some incredible throwers. And I'll get that she's going to App State on a scholarship for track and throwing, and for her to finish 4th in the 3A, it was a very tough grouping, and she did an excellent job representing South Johnston. Coach Peacock and others said Diana is a powerhouse of an athlete and strong and humble leader. She's dedicated to her personal improvements and demonstrates unwavering commitment in perfecting her skills. She has been a reliable success on our team since her freshman year and has showed continued growth in her abilities. We will miss her greatly in seasons to come, but we are so proud of all that she has accomplished. Again, she's going to be going to App State University in the fall to study exercise science in the pursuit of becoming a physical therapist, and we continue to look forward to supporting her while she's out west. Let's give her a round of applause. And next from West Johnston, we're going to be celebrating Ethan Toller, the boys 800-meter 3rd place finisher. Coach Vettrell, AD, is here. Coach Bradshaw is here that does cross-country and some of the other track coaching duties at West Johnston. And Principal Schwartz is here as well to help celebrate Ethan. Ethan, he was all-conference cross-country, all 3A Eastern Regional team, indoor track state championship in the 100-meter. We celebrated him this past winter. And he was also a state qualifier in the 100 and 1600. He was 3rd at the state championships this year. Coach's comments were, Ethan is a powerful athlete who possesses a first-class work ethic and versatility. In addition to track and cross country, Ethan also was leading member of the West Johnston swim team. This past summer and fall, Ethan worked his way back from a stress fracture in his lower leg to be one of the leaders on the cross-country team. Ethan is a young man of great faith who has impacted our school positively in so many ways. Everybody looks forward to celebrating him as he continues on at Liberty University. All right, and that's our athletes, so you guys can go ahead around, Diane. All right. Coach last minute, thank you. Now we're going to be celebrating our stunt cheer team from Corinth Holders High School, and again, Principal Reynolds is here along with Coach Langley. And if you don't know anything about stunt cheer, it's a relatively new sport. It's emerging. It lets the female athletes showcase their skills outside of spirit and just traditional competition. It's like a game. It's a match. The coach is making calls. They're flipping coins to see who goes first. There's a bunch of routines these girls have to prepare like practice. It's an outstanding sport, and it was so great to see them excel at it and show their talents. So if you haven't gone to any stunt meets, please go. Like I said, it's a growing sport, and we appreciate all the support getting it going here, and the fact that they're our only school that has that sport. They're really carrying the flag for us, and being the first one to do something is difficult sometimes. So thank you, young ladies, for showing, obviously you guys won, but also showing how to do it and do it the right way. So we'll go through the roster right now, and we have Savannah Pleasant, Rachel Hintz, Tamaya Hill, Brianna Gardner, Callie Jo Richards, Taylin Wyatt, Bailey Hearn, Lexi Martins, Jordan Setzer, Tara Bostic, Peyton Luxford, Presley Jones, Emmy Rhodes, Victoria Fenwick, Isabel Williams, Anna Grace Maynor, and Beth Langley. And Coach Langley is here as well. And her comments was, this team is incredible. Every week we not only represent Corinth Holders, but we also represent Johnston County as we continue to be the only stunt team in Johnston County. This year we went undefeated, 12-0, with 3 of those wins being shutout. They won the Wake County Championships decisively. It was a great match. They beat Green Level. The game came down to the last routine of the 4th quarter, and they won because of their amazing jump and tumbling skills. This is one of the most coachable teams I've ever coached in my 23 years of coaching. There was no negativity, and they supported each other week after week. They met every goal I set, and they looked to surpass them. They made me so proud as their coach. As I have been for the duration of the season, I can continue to be one incredibly proud coach. And she said they're already getting ready for next year. So let's give the Corinth Holders Pirates a round of applause. And I think Coach Langley wanted to present Dr. Bracey with something. You don't have to.
Well, actually, I have something. Josh, for always coming and supporting us. I tell these girls every week they're representing not just Corinth, but they're representing Johnston County. So.
Oh, thank you, Coach. Thank you. It was glad to do that. Glad to do that. All right, girls, you can go ahead and round. Thank you. They probably could. Hey, I think I'm gonna take that tie off. I'm gonna need that. Coach? We'll do them separate. It's fine. All right, so the next thing we have is probably one of my favorite awards of the year, the Coach of the Year Award. We received several nominations from the schools, and it's just so gratifying to read some of these forms and just see what's out there. First, we're going to start with our Middle School Coach of the Year, Lee Pegues from Benson Middle. He has 7 years coaching experience in total. He's the head football and track coach at Benson Middle. They won 2 conference championships, and the football team and the community were very thrilled for all the kids' successes this fall and in the spring. He works timelessly to provide opportunities and quality experiences for all the students of Benson Middle. I witnessed that firsthand, just walking in the hallways or coming to a game, or listening to him speak to his students or the athletes at practice when I was going to a baseball game or something else, and hear him and the kids respond to him. He is a great man and a great coach. Track, they had the second largest team in the county this year, just behind Archer's Lodge. They had 54 athletes total, 30 boys and 24 girls. There was another track coach at Benson as well, but I know Coach Pegues, the kids, they feed off of his energy and positivity, and he's teaching them real lessons. And you could see that, and the kids respect that, and they own it, and they love it. When I came by the school to tell them, hey, congratulations, the football team was all in the class, and they all came down, and they were smiling and more excited than him. I swear, it was just so great to see. But you can obviously know that he does a great job at Benson, and we're very happy to have you in the county, and we look forward to watching your career continue in coaching and education. So let's give a round of applause for Lee Pegues as Dr. Bracey presents the Coach of the Year Award. And next, our high school coach of the year is going to go to Ashley Annis of South Johnston High School. To read some of the quotes from his nomination form that I liked, Coach Annis has created an expectation with his softball program that winning is great, but how one wins makes them a true championship. The person that nominated also referred to a good coach can change a game, a great coach can change lives of students, and he certainly does that. They also said he works tirelessly in making sure each one of the programs receives what it needs to be successful. He goes above and beyond the effort, the sweat equity, the time commitment. I mean, when I came to present him and just talk to him a couple weeks ago, they had to get him off the field because he was out there working and everything. Coach Ennis does it all. But particularly this year, you know, he's currently the history teacher, the athletic director, and head softball coach. He has 23 years of coaching experience. His softball record this year was 24-3. Made it to the Eastern Final. This season at South Johnston, as they prepared, they had to replace the pitcher of the year from a year before. So with that mindset and getting everybody ready and people to fill roles and take on new things, he definitely had to lead his team and obviously led it well. After they lost their first game, they could have questioned things, but then they rattled off 24 wins in a row all the way to the Eastern Final. You can't find a better coach in the district. You can't find a better human being that teaches great life lessons and is a staple in that community right now for all that he does. I think he's very well liked. I like him. And in the board meetings you see, not the board meetings, but in the athletic director meetings, he's the president of the QCC 3A. So when people don't hear him talking about every athlete, every opportunity, and putting that in the forefront, he is doing that work behind the scenes, and it just shows all the good things that he does. So let's give Ashley Ennis a round of applause for Coach of the Year, and as Dr. Bracey presents him with his plaque.
Come on this side, baby. Come on around, come on around. Follow around and follow around. All right. Good evening, Dr. Bracey, Madam Chair Andrews, Vice Chair Tippett, members of the board, and Ms. Cornetto. We have quite a few groups with you here tonight, so we have broken them into 6 individual groups for our fine arts, and we're going to bring them in group by group if that is good. Parents, family, if you would like to get a picture of your student being recognized, you are welcome to get up and come behind our board and take pictures. This is your boardroom, so please move around. Yes, we are absolutely sure. So please go move, and we will take care of it from here. So I would like to first share with everyone tonight that we owe a special thank you to Ms. Sarah Fawn McGlam. She is new to her role this year in helping with fine arts in our school district, and she has been a go-to for me and for many other people in the school system She has helped put this together tonight. The list of people who we said you either competed or performed in the state and or national level for Johnston County Schools Fine Arts Kids was about 300 kids. And she put that all together. Now tonight we have not all 300 here with you because summer has started and they have things to do, but we do have quite a few. So I did want to say a special thank you to Ms. Sarah Fawn McGlam. She is outstanding and has really been an integral part of our central office team. So our first group this evening is the North Carolina Band Masters Association Middle School All-State Honor Clinic. Students that are selected for the All-State Honor Bands must have auditioned and been accepted as members of the JCPS All-County Band and Southeastern Band Masters Association. All district bands, before they are eligible to audition for the All-State. The student we have with us here this evening is Eden Dirkheising from Swift Creek Middle. Right here? All right, if you will, raise your hand when I say your name. I forgot to say that at the beginning. And you were with your band director, Miss Caitlin Faircloth. Congratulations, Eden. All right, and next in this group, we have students who were chosen for the North Carolina Music Educators Association Middle School Honors Chorus. Students endure a rigorous audition process that includes sight reading, difficulty, and preparation on an assigned audition piece. This is the highest honor a middle school choral student can achieve in North Carolina. With us tonight, we have North Johnston Middle students Talia Bethia, Skyla Hart, and Colby Johnson. And with them is their choir director, Miss Lakeisha Crouch. And congratulations on a job well done. Students will invite you to go around the board and shake hands. And Miss Crouch, you stay with us because we got more coming. You be nice. You are just like, I saw you walk in. You walked in, I was like, dang, woo, those are striking. Okay. All right, and family, if you just joined us, we welcome you to come up behind our board, take photos. We really, really mean it. Get up, take pictures of them being recognized. We know this is a very special occasion and you have waited a while to be here, so just come on up front and we'll take your picture. You can take pictures as needed, okay? You're welcome to come behind the board. Yeah, you make yourself at home. We really mean it. Our second group of students are students who were selected for the North Carolina Music Educators Association Middle School All-State Chorus. Schools are given a select number of slots for the Middle School All-State Chorus. Students that are chosen must have demonstrated mastery of multiple skills and vocal pedagogy to receive a slot. Those who we have with us tonight are and when I say your name, please raise your hand. I'm sorry, I forgot that twice in a row. Those who we have with us tonight are North Johnston Middle School students London Avery, Elizabeth Childress, Bella Cox, Mary Kate Elliott, Peyton Ford, Skyla Hart, Allison House, Colby Johnson, Savannah Keene, Ethan Meacham, Jocelyn Morales, Robbie Woods, Sophia Zanobi, and again with their director, Miss Lakeisha Crouch. Congratulations to these students. Please go through the end. And you can follow right behind him, sweetie. Congratulations. Y'all can come on up. My kids are being recognized. And you see a lot more names on your PowerPoint right now. These are all the students who were in the group, but we're just sharing with you the names of those who are with us tonight. Our next, and family members, directors, Ms. Meggs, you better come on up here. You're just as much part of them. Our next recognition is for National Association for Music Education All National Honors Ensembles in Band. Students are only eligible to audition for All National Honors Ensembles if they have previously been selected as members of their All-State Honors Ensembles. This is the highest achievement in the nation for a student musician. The student who, I apologize, this is a student before this group. The student who we're recognized for this evening is Scott McLeod from West Johnston High School, and his director is Lucas Mead. He could not be here with us tonight, but we wanted to let you know that he had received this honor as he was the highest in the nation to do so. He is currently in Madison, Wisconsin, where he is marching with the Madison Scouts Drum Corps International, which is very cool. So congratulations to Scott from afar. And the next group that we have was, I apologize.
NC, the high school, NC Honors Course.
Okay, so correct, sorry. The next group we have was also unable to be with us in North Carolina Music Educators Association All-State Honors Orchestra. Students that are selected for the All-State Honors Band must have first audition and then part of the JCPS All-County Honor Band and Southeastern Band Masters Association All-District Bands before they are eligible to audition for All-State. Ms. McGlam shared that this is the first time that we've had this happen in JCPS history that we have record of. The students from Corinth Holders High School are Whitney Capps, Zachary Gall, Owen Orr, and Terry Wallace. Their director is Miss Olivia Dove Spell. Congratulations to these students. And next are our students from North Carolina Music Educators Association High School Honors Chorus All-State. Students endure a rigorous audition process that includes sight reading difficulty and preparation on an assigned audition piece. This is the highest honor a choral student can achieve in the state of North Carolina. These students that are here with us this evening are Alejandro Hernandez from Clayton High School and Emily Snow from Clayton High School. And their director is the illustrious Ms. Ann Meggs. She's fantastic. We give them a round of applause. And now we're getting into our big groups, so you're going to see why we broke them into groups. So if you will come and step on this side of me, and go all the way to the wall if you don't mind, and come in and get cozy. And when you fill up here, stop and fill up on this side, and then we can make another row if need be. And whenever we say your name, students, please raise your hand so we know who we are addressing. We got a lot of friends. It's wonderful. I feel like I have a posse. It's kind of great. They're really good at following instructions. And these are all of our students from Cleveland High School. We mostly had, the next group we're going to recognize are our World Guard International events. We have students who participated at Smithfield Summer High, Corinth Holders High, Cleveland High School, and one other group, I don't want to tell you wrong, but the students we have here with us tonight that were able to come is from Cleveland High School. They took a bus, they made it an ordeal. We are very excited they are here with us this evening. So I am going to take it away. Like I said, our next group is those who excelled at the World Guard International events. This event is held at the international level. Ensembles come from all over the world to compete in color guard, percussion, and winds categories. Over the course of the multi-day event, ensembles compete for a place in the preliminaries before they advance to finals and then have to compete again. The place in finals is an extremely high honor for this ensemble. And we're going to recognize all of the students in one list. And so when I say your name, even though you're in maybe in the back, please raise your hand. When we go through the entire group, we're going to go through and everybody's going to shake hands. All right, for color guard, the students we have with us tonight are Cameron Askew, Braxton Blaylock, Joseph Copeland. Or is Wynn's color guard in here as well right now?
Yes, we're
All right, I'm gonna go color guard, percussion, wins.
Yeah, but that's the win.
All right, well, I'm just gonna go alphabetical. There we go. All of these fantastic students are Cameron Askew, Braxton Blaylock, Joseph Copeland, Caitlin Copeland, Connor Davis, Gideon Davis, Jonathan Echeverria, Alex Ellis, Liam Fisher, Matthew Harmon, Olivia Haskins, Avon Hicks, Morgan Houston, Owen Kumpf, Patrick Kumpf, Abigail Latham, Caleb Langley, DJ Lips, Jarrett Long, Jackson Mishu, Emily Morrill, Alex Musser, Josh Rudisil, Ailey Simmons. I have a feeling I'm butchering names. I got giggles behind me, y'all. Maddie Stewart, Ethan Storix, Leah Strickland, Graham. Oh, Graham. Y'all heard him. Derry Urias, Adriana Vigil, Morgan White, and their director, Mr. Stephen Rainville. We have Nathaniel Boren, Dirk Heising, Simon Dooley, Elijah Jackson Sandy, Henry Karros, Alexander Lips, Maddox Luxa, Lauren McCombs, Xander Monserrate, Cole Pacala, Cullen Tiffany, Joshua Whitaker, Zachary Wood, and again, Mr. Stephen Rainville. Next is Cameron Askew, Braxton Blaylock, Joseph Copeland, Caitlin Copeland, Connor Davis, Gideon Davis, Jonathan Echeverria. Oh, I was so close. Alex Ellis, Liam Fisher, Matthew Harmon, Olivia Haskins, Avon Hicks, Morgan Houston, Owen Kumpf, Patrick Kumpf, Abigail Latham, Caleb Langley, DJ Lips, Jarrett Long, Jackson Mishu, Emily, all right, tell me that one. Mishaw, Emily Morrill, Alexis Musser, Josh Rudisil, Ailey Simmons, Grace Spivey, Maddie Stewart, Ethan Storix, Leah Strickland, Graham, Derry Urias, Adriana Vigil, Morgan White, and Mr. Jason Hurd and Stephen Rainbow. I apologize, Mr. Hurd, I left you off. That is not okay. We'd like to also recognize Cleveland High, Corinth Holders High, and Smithfield Selma High for their performance in color guard, winds, and percussion, although they were unable to be with us tonight. So students, we're going to file around zigzag and come through and shake hands with our board. And then follow behind her. Y'all know all about, like, following and doing. Haley?
No, I'm Natalie, but that's one of our.
copy and paste issue, and these ladies have.
I don't want the band director to get out of here without us telling him. The other band director, whoever else is here.
Do what now?
Whoever else is here.
I'm gonna stand right here for a second.
He's got more children. Yeah. We had a copy and paste error. So the ladies that I have with me now have helped me, and these are our color guard students. I have Persia Garcia, Adrian Gonzalez, Krista Green, Olivia Hoover, Allie Huffman, Caden Jones, Beth Leggett, Mackenzie Nascimento, Natalie Sherwin, and then our directors as well, Mr. Rainville and Mr. Hurd. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Ray. Let me make sure I'm on the right page now. No, that's okay. It happens. Don't worry.
I don't know what. This is all state honor clinic. Yes.
Okay. Next group is the North Carolina Music Educators Association All-State East-West, wait, y'all, I have a lot of acronyms. Bandmaster Association All-State Honor Clinic, correct? Not for us. Caleb Langley. Yep, I'm right, okay, sorry. Our next group that I have are high school students who were chosen for the North Carolina Bandmasters Association All-State Honor Clinic. Students that are selected for the All-State Honor Bands must have the first auditioned and been accepted as members of the JCPS All-County Honor Band and Southeastern Bandmasters Association All-District Bands before they are eligible to audition for All-State. Those that we have with us tonight from Cleveland High School are Caleb Langley and Jackson, say it for me, Mishaw, from Cleveland High School with their directors Jason Hurd and Stephen Rainville. We also have Mr. Sharon Miller, who is here with us representing Cleveland High School. And I believe that's it for that group. With us on, what's your name, sweetie? Hector, from Triple S. Next, we have North Carolina Music Educators Association All East-West Choral Festivals All-State. Schools are given a select number of slots for the middle school All-State Chorus. Students that are chosen must have demonstrated mastery of multiple skills and vocal pedagogy to receive this slot. Those we have with us tonight are Joseph Darley from Cleveland High School and his director, Mr. Sharon Miller, who was also a finalist for Teacher of the Year this year. Congratulations to these wonderful students.
What is Hector's last name?
Hector, what's your last name, sweetie? I apologize.
John Miller Pedro. okay.
Jarmelo Pedro. I appreciate it. All right, come through for us. Sorry, just getting my things in order. We also have Amy Mooring from North Johnston High School representing her students and Mr. Kyle Whitaker from South Johnston High School. I feel pretty good. We only had two mix-ups out of more than 150 kids. That's pretty good. The last group we have are our fine arts students. They competed in a different way than our band choral students did. So for our families who have just come in the room, if you would like to come take a photo behind the Board of Education, you are more than welcome to do so. We encourage you to do so. Please come take pictures. This is your boardroom. You can come back here, take all the pictures you would like, because the front of their faces are better than the back of their heads, I promise. All right, students are chosen to enter works by their teachers, and their work is determined by state level judges to be in the NC State Art Festival. They receive placements and then are awarded on their work. Tonight we have several Swift Creek Middle students along with their art teacher, Ms. Gruber. With us we have Colin, when I call your name, please raise your hand, I apologize. Colin Blankenship, who had charcoal, Pepper Brook for graphite, Julia Calderon for computer graphics, Levin Galanis for color photography, as well as digitally enhanced photography, Kylie Goins for glasscraft, Esther Kina for watercolor, Jake Lees for sculpture, Lauren McCombs for woodcraft, Cameron Sasser for weaving, Matthew Truelove for metalcraft, and Addison Webb for pen and ink. Congratulations to these wonderful students. We're going to have you come through and shake hands. The books teams come forward, both Pine Level and North Johnston, if you'll come forward at this time. And we're bringing our Battle of the Books teams back before you. As you'll recall, we celebrated Battle of the Books teams a few months ago for their work at the district level competition. But these fine folks have gone and placed and done wonderfully at the regional and state level competition. So today we are celebrating them a little bit further. Pine Level Elementary won first place in the Region 3 NCSLMA Elementary Battle of the Books competition, and they are here today with their coach, Ms. Karen Parker. North Johnston Middle got first place in Region 3 for the NCSLMA Middle School Battle of the Books competition, and 7th place in the Middle School Battle of the Books state competition. Their coach is Miss Cindy Pettigrew. Clayton High School was unable to be with us this evening, but they placed third in the Region 3 competition, second place rather, in the Region 3 competition, and their coach is Deanna Holcomb. We would like to share the names with you of our Pine Level Elementary team members who are here with us tonight. So as I call your name, please raise your hand. We have Aniston Cheers, Carter Thornton, Ella Gray, Layla Stewart, Logan Willoughby, McKinley Holder, Sawyer Murray, and their coach, Miss Karen Parker. And from North Johnston Middle, we have Madison Brock, Avery Hennett, Zachary Stanley, and their coach, Cindy Pettigrew. All right. And then y'all can go through and shake hands. Yeah, go that way. Our next group is the Smithfield-Selma High Team 6004 F of X Robotics Team. And they've got stuff and toys, and they seem very cool, much cooler than I am. We're going to get them in here now. And team members, whoa. Very cool. All right, team members, before you take away your presentation, if you will stand on either side of me, and then I'll let y'all take it away. Because they have prepared their own remarks for you tonight because they're that good. All right. The First Robotics, and parents, if you're here for the First Robotics team, please feel free to come behind the board, take photos, do whatever you would like. This is your boardroom. You are welcome to do so. The first robotics competition team, is it 6004? 6004, I want to make sure I wasn't saying it wrong. FFX Robotics was formed in 2015 as a community-based first robotics competition team housed at Smithfield Selma High School. It first is the largest STEM-based competition in the world for students in grades K through 12. The team touts that diversity is their strength, with roughly 35 public, private, charter, and homeschool students participating on their team each year. This year, the team has excelled in several competitions. Recognitions for this season are as follows. At the UNC Asheville District event, Alliance Captain 5 competed in the semifinals, won an Imagery Award, and Bronwyn, pronounce my last name for me? One more time. Agbiani won Safety Captain. They also competed at the Johnston County District event, competed in the semifinals, won Excellence in Engineering Award. Ava Cumming and Bakyu Patel were on the Dean's List semifinalist, and Connor Flannery won Safety Captain. They also competed at the North Carolina State Championship. They were a state finalist for the championship, and Ava Cummings won Dean's List Finalist Award. I do not want to steal their thunder because they have prepared their own presentation for you, so at this time, I am going to let them take it away.
Hi, my name is Cameron Levitt, and I'm a rising junior on FFX Robotics. FFX is a community-based robotics team that was founded in 2016 to further STEM education and enrichment in Johnston County. Our team is a member of the organization FIRST, which stands for Inspiration and Recognition in Science and Technology. FIRST was founded by Dean Kamen and Woody Flowers to prepare students in not only STEM skills, but many more life skills that will help them in their adulthood. We have many strong relationships with programs in our school, including the engineering program titled PLTW. Sebastian will further elaborate on this.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Garrett, and I am a graduate of the Project Lead the Way, or PLTW engineering track at Smithfield Selma High School. I'm attending NC State this fall to major in computer science. PLTW is a program that allows students to enhance and explore their engineering skills. It advocates for access to hands-on STEM education and empowers students to seek careers in such fields. Over half of our team has taken one or more PLTW classes, and many of them became aware of our team through these classes. We have a close relationship with the PLTW program at our school, implementing several of the engineering principles taught in these classes, such as design brief, brainstorming, decision matrices, and engineering notebooks. These methods improve the efficiency, communication, and organization on our team. This year, we used Onshape, a computer-aided design, or CAD software taught in PLTW, to create a 3D model of our robot and utilize it as a reference in our building and design process. Our team serves as an application of PLTW students to apply their learning. This season, we 3D printed and CNC milled several components on our robot in the PLTW classroom, which my fellow team member Ava will elaborate on.
Hello, my name is Ava Cummings, and I am a rising junior, formerly from Smithfield Selma High School in the IB diploma program and PLTW engineering track, and I will be attending NCSSM this coming fall. So during this season, our team implemented several new processes and mechanisms to create a competitive and efficient robot. In these photos, you can see that our robot functions through a pivoting and extending arm that operates via a rack and pinion, as well as a pneumatic system that controls our end effector, what you see at the very top, which is kind of like your claw. So for the first time in team history, we were able to utilize an omnidirectional chassis known as Swerve, which benefits us in speed and maneuverability on the competition field. And in addition to those advancements, we were able to utilize CAD software to CNC mill black polycarbonate and 3D print an orange PLA filament using original designs through our partnership with the PLTW program. 3D printing was used in designing mounts for our air tanks, pistons, and tubing in our pneumatic system, as well as encasing for robot communication components. And our CNC milled elements were implemented in the support system of our pivot mechanism and housing for electrical and pneumatic components. All of our 3D printing and CNC milled parts were first conceptualized and checked through CAD software, which increased team efficiency by allowing us to prevent misalignment and verify functionality before fabricating our design on expensive material. And the use of automated technology was essential in our team's success this season as it allowed for maximum precision and accuracy in our design. And I will now turn the presentation over to Eli, who will tell you about our accomplishments.
My name is Eli Spotswood, and I'm a rising junior attending Smithfield Summer High School, a part of the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program. Over the past year, we have accomplished way more as a team than we ever have. Across our 2 district competitions we competed at this year, we won the Imagery Award, awarded to the team with the most outstanding image and presentation, the Excellence in Engineering Award, given to the team with an excellent robot design, and the Safety All-Star Award 3 times at each competition. One of our mentors, Angela Jenkins, became a finalist for the Woody Flowers Award, which honors a mentor who is passionate about robotics as we are. With our performance at our 2 district competitions, we were able to compete at the FRC North Carolina State Championships, where we got 2nd place, the furthest our team has ever gotten in its 8-year history. We are incredibly proud of the progress we made this year in FRC and plan to push even more next year in order to make it to Houston for the World Championships. There was one award we won that I did not mention, which my friend Bhakti will tell you more about.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bhakti Patel, and I'm a sophomore, well, now I'm a rising junior at Smithfield Selma High School, also part of the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program and a PLTW Engineering Track graduate. So last season, I was one of 2 students selected for the Dean's List Award, and the other student with me competed at our 2nd district event, in which she was actually moved forward to the state event and then was recognized as a North Carolina finalist, and that is Ava Cummings. So Ava was named as a North Carolina finalist because of her contributions to the Muriel Club at Smithfield Summer High School, and because she helped present STEM in Johnston and Robinson counties. So based on last summer's success, Cummings Aerospace, the company she worked with to do these STEM camps, that company and Ava, they're both expanding the camp to include both middle and high schoolers for 2 weeks. And as a member of the Lumbee and Coharie tribes, Ava strives to provide STEM opportunities for Native Americans. And she set a true example of what it means to be a Dean's List recipient for how students like myself can improve or implement STEM into the world and make a difference. And so our team has presented at several outreach events, such as the health fair for healthcare or kids care pediatrics, NC Ties, and the AIM conference, which were both at the Raleigh Convention Center. Ham and Yam, both my kids' clubs in Smithfield and Selma. We visited Johnston Health, and we also presented our robotics team at Joe Coworks. And so if you're interested in our presentations or would like to know more about our team, feel free to contact us. And now we'll take any questions you might have. Of the robot? Kitsune. Sebastian, would you like to elaborate on what that means?
It just means fox in Japanese is the name.
And also at the beginning of a game, you are given a kit, and it's just a kit of parts, and so we call it Kitsune.
Good name. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not sure how they have the time to do all of this stuff. So we've moved on from our student recognitions to some wonderful adults and community members that we have with us. Our next recognition is very exciting for our middle school sites in all of Johnston County Public Schools. We have had the privilege of working with Dr. Richard Alioto and his colleagues over the last few years. He and his team have worked with our athletic departments by providing pre-participation physicals at various school locations, as well as providing excellent care to our students and community members in his practice at UNC Orthopedics and Sports Medicine located in Clayton. Dr. Alioto, along with the medical staff at Johnston Health, take pride in being involved in many aspects of our community and saw areas of need related to health. Tonight, he is here to present a $20,000 donation for additional AEDs to be placed in all Johnston County middle schools. Dr. Alioto, we thank you so very much for your support. Is there anything like you would like to share with the board?
Sure, just a quick word. Yeah, thank you for inviting me to speak with you this evening. I'm only going to be a minute, but I'm here to present this donation on behalf of the Johnston Health medical staff membership to the Johnston County Board of Directors for the purpose of purchasing AEDs for the county middle schools. Most of you are aware of the incident which occurred in the NFL football game between the Buffalo Bills and Cincinnati Bengals, where Damar Hamlin, defensive back for the Bills, was involved in a injury where he sustained a cardiac injury during play. Because of a very efficient medical team and the proper use of an AED device, Mr. Hamlin's life was saved. So that essentially is the basis for our donation to the Board of Education. So not only was this event well publicized, of course, but it generated a ton of discussion amongst our medical staff. So in my 25 years of covering sports in Johnston County, I am aware of multiple events where either an individual athlete, a family member, or a school member was in need of emergency service and the use of an AED device. And it's no longer acceptable that we don't have those devices available in our community. So after a discussion with Josh Plisco and Allison Marshall, we discovered that the number of AED devices in our high schools was both appropriate and very well distributed, but there was determined to be a little bit of a need in the middle schools for AED devices. And so the Johnston Health medical staff does implore you to continue to provide funding and appropriateness for the for quality medical personnel as well as quality equipment for our campuses and also for all our student athletes and events. And with that, I present to you a check for, it's not the big cardboard thing, but
on the sports fields, Smithfield, Selma, Clayton, and other areas, just relentlessly. He's been a joy and such a advocate for high school sports in Johnston County, so appreciate it. Thank you.
And if I can take a quick moment of personal privilege, I'd like to ask Dr. Toll Avery and Dr. Troya Boykin to come forward. We added a special spot on our recognitions this evening because these two gentlemen standing before you, along with one other individual at our administrative level and central office, have recently received their doctoral degree. Dr. Bracey and the school system would like to congratulate them on the monumental achievement in their lives. Tonight we have Dr. Toll Avery, JCPS Safety and COVID-19 Response Manager, and Dr. Troya Boykin, Principal at Choice Plus Academy, with us to recognize them for completing their doctoral program. These two men are outstanding in their fields, and we are lucky to have them on our team. We also recognize Dr. Angela Hill, who was recently named Principal of Dixon Road Elementary, from afar, as she has also earned her doctorate degree. She's unable to be with us tonight because she is already hard at work after being named her principal and has a schedule conflict due to a parent advisory board meeting this evening. So congratulations to these wonderful individuals on a job well done and continuing to pursue your higher education.
Board members, our last recognition, and we certainly thank everyone for being patient. We had lots of wonderful people to recognize. Board members, you know each year we have many of the years. We have a teacher of the year, school nutrition of the year, principal of the year, AP of the year, and there's some individuals who don't necessarily fall into one of those categories. And so for several years now, we have recognized employees of the year in 5 different categories so that they too could be recognized for their hard work. I'm going to call each of these individuals up here and congratulate them. Our first employee of the year, and this employee is for administrative and auxiliary services, is Mr. Brian Jones. Now, Mr. Jones, I said you could bring a person with you. He brought his entire fan base. Mr. Mr. Jones has been employed with Johnston County Public Schools since 2008 and currently serves as the Director of Student Enrollment and Information Systems. There was much said about you. I've had to try to condense it into about 6 sentences. Brian has a bright and infectious attitude. He is usually the first to arrive and the last to leave. He does more than is expected and frequently encourages others. Nothing is ever unreachable in his eyes, and that inspires others to have the same mindset. Brian leads by example and knows exactly what to say to others when needed to brighten their day. Congratulations on being Administrative and Auxiliary Services Employee of the Year. And Dr. Bracy has an award. Next, I'd like to recognize our Employee of the Year for Curriculum, Instruction, and Accountability, Ms. Leanne Daughtry. If you'll please join me. Somebody clap for Ms. Daughtry. After Mr. Jones, we have to clap for everybody else. Ms. Daughtry has been employed with our school system since 1999 and currently serves as the Director of Math and Science Curriculum. Lots shared about you as well. Leanne is a great leader in curriculum. She offers timely and helpful feedback when observing teachers and is very approachable. She is the kind of person who would never brag on herself, even though she is an extremely hard worker. Her integrity, honesty, kindness, intelligence, and humility are a rare combination. Teachers trust Leanne and know that she cares about students, teachers, and the county as a whole. Ms. Daughtry, congratulations. Thank you very much. We'll see Dr. Tracy. Our Employee of the Year for Facilities and Construction, Mr. Alex Gunler. Mr. Gunler has been employed with our school system since 2015 and currently serves as Custodial Services Coordinator. Alex is a humble leader who approaches his job each day with a service-oriented, can-do mindset. He leads by an example and is always willing to help and teach others. In spite of the challenges that arose due to custodial vacancies, Alex has remained a passionate and motivating leader. During Christmas, he even personally purchased gifts to distribute to custodians to ensure they know how much they are appreciated. Congratulations on being our Facilities and Construction Employee of the Year. Our next Employee of the Year is for Central Services, Dr. Christina Benson. Dr. Benson has been employed with our school system since 2004 and currently serves as the Director of Certified Personnel within Human Resources. Dr. Benson's winning personality, disposition, and approach to HR matters is contagious. She puts forth maximum effort in resolving any and all issues that may arise. She is focused on providing excellent service to principals, which is much appreciated, and I think it was a principal who nominated you. She is never too busy to provide assistance and truly cares about everyone in Johnston County Public Schools. Dr. Benson is a compassionate and competent professional who is dedicated to meeting the needs of others. Dr. Benson, congratulations on being Central Services Employee of the Year.
You see that guy behind you in the red jacket?
Brian Jones belongs to Triple S.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
I
Thank you
appreciate
for all
it.
you do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Congratulations. Last but not least, Employee of the Year for Media Specialist. I would like Ms. Samantha Lamb to come forward. Ms. Lamb has been employed with our school system since 2013 and currently serves as the media specialist at West Johnston High School. I don't know how many pages you had, so it was hard for me to condense this to about 5 or 6 sentences. Ms. Lamb demonstrates a positive spirit as she models a desire to serve students and collaborate with colleagues. She established the school's first Battle of the Books team in her first year at West Johnston High School and led them to second place in their second year of competition. She contributes to the overall school community by also serving as the advisor for Wildcat News, SGA, and the Wildcat Ambassadors. Ms. Lamb is the calm, love, and support for all her students and coworkers. She has truly made the school a better place. Congratulations for being our Employee of the Year for Media Specialist.
Thank you so much.
Tell Dr. Bracy it's a three-peat for you though, right?
I'm sorry?
Is this a three-peat for you? Two times, just two. Yeah, she's on. It makes me happy to hear happy cheers in the boardroom. The last thing you'll see that we have for you is the save the date. It is much more brief this month as we are heading into our summer months. But we do have the retirement celebration happening tomorrow from 2 to 5 p.m. at the Facility Services Town Hall. We hope that you all will join us there. We also have the Trades and Classified Job Fair happening Saturday, June 24th. We ask that you tell your neighbors, your church, everyone come see us. We are hiring. We have a Board of Education special session meeting on Friday, June 30th, right here in the boardroom. And then our summer leadership retreat is on the 18th and 19th. That is for administrators, and it's happening at Cleveland High School. And with that, we will turn it over to you all.
Thank you so much. It's been great to celebrate. We're going to take a, 5 minutes? Maybe thereabouts 5 minutes break, and we'll come back with public comment. celebrate a lot of students, and I'm sure you understand why we felt the need to continue with our recognition. So I'm sorry that you've had to wait a little longer than usual, but we're going to get to our public comments right now. We have 10, I have to read this, as you well know. Tonight we have 10 speakers signed up for public comments. Citizens who have signed up to address the board during the public comment session will be recognized in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker has 3 minutes to present comments to the board. However, the public comment session will not exceed 60 minutes total, except by a majority vote of the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent. Citizens who address the board shall not use language that is obscene, profane, threatening, contains fighting or inflammatory words, or otherwise disruptive to the orderly conduct of business. Any person who willfully interrupts, disrupts, or disturbs an official meeting, and who, upon being directed to leave the meeting by the presiding officer, willfully refuses to leave the meeting, may be found guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.17. Our first speaker for tonight is Derek Wells. Did I say that right? That's correct. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, and members of the school board, my name is Derek. I am a proud member, or I'm proud to say my wife and I have escaped Durham and made Johnston County our new home. We've really come to love our new community, friends, gym, and church here, but I am becoming increasingly concerned about the quality of education our future children will receive in the JoCo public school system. It seems that each year students are spending more and more time focusing on screens and social media than on cracking textbooks and learning the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic, and learning other necessary skills that will keep them employed as something other than a social media influencer. As you write policy for our children, remember who put you here and that they want their kids to learn the necessary skills to keep them employed and set up for a productive future. Let's start with bringing things back to basics that we grew up with and leave the values transmission at home. I yield back my time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Meredith Parks.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Meredith Park, and I've been in education about 40 years. And like several people in this room, I'm a transplant to Johnston County. I grew up in Virginia and came here to this lovely area. Just a good place to live and a good place to retire. But I'm also a teacher, and I'm a professor and a teacher, and I work with teachers across this United States, and I see. Just the dire straits our children are in, and I see what COVID has done with the socialization of our students. I see the fights. I'm working, with other teachers, working on higher degrees, and I'm working with them, and there's a fight breaking out in the hall. I understand that we're in some turbulent times, especially in education, and I just want to really commend those board members that have really supported conservative values and work for our children and doing those things that are right for our children, especially in Johnston County, my new home. And as I'm going out and working with people here and getting to know the kids here and what's going on, I just really appreciate working with conservative values in our county. I look at the county report card. I know Johnston County, looks like there's some math needs to be worked on. Reading. I'm a reading specialist, and reading is my thing. So I really, encourage the board to really look into the programs that would really support reading in our county, would really support math in our county. And like we had the little robotics kids here. That was just great. I just love STEM also. Support the STEM education. Our bright and upcoming children. When I was in high school, who ever heard of having computers or social media or any of this going on? I wrote my master's thesis on a typewriter. Figured that one out. But who knows the technology these kids and the world these kids are going to have when they graduate from high school and college. So, I just really encourage the board to put your money where it's important in our kids. And I'm seeing things like $1 million being spent for Panorama Education and some other programs like I just like to encourage you, support our kids, support reading, support STEM, support writing in the county, these good hardcore skills these kids need to be successful in the future. Also, I would like to put it out there too, I live near certain schools and whatever, but as a reading specialist, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I'll come and volunteer in your schools as a reading specialist, K through 12. I'm certified in Virginia, not certified in North Carolina, but still. I've got tons of experience, but I just, really just ask you, support the kids, support STEM, and support what's important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is April Lee.
Good evening, Chairwoman Andrews, Vice Chair Tippett, members of the board, Dr. Bracy. My name is April Lee. My children attend Johnston County Public Schools. I'm a lifelong resident, 8th-generation Johnstonian, and taxpayer in Johnston County. I'm a former Johnston County teacher, and I'm a public schools advocate. This evening, I'm here to address issues concerning retesting. A little over a month ago, folks started reaching out to me about a practice for high school students where points would be added to their grade if they remediated and retested an EOC where they scored not proficient. I thought to myself, surely this is a mistake, as I redirected the person to go higher up the chain for clarification. And then last week, so many people started reaching out, and for good reason. Students were being offered prizes for attending remediation and retesting. Students were being promised points on their grades to attend remediation and retesting. I just could not believe it. I was nauseated. How did we ever get here? When did testing and test scores become more important than learning and work ethic? Are we telling our kids that tests are more important than what they do in class all year or all semester? From the North Carolina Testing Code of Ethics, Section Q, unethical testing practices include the following practices. This is number 10, modifying student records for the purpose of raising test scores. That is exactly what this practice is, and it is wrong. From the North Carolina Teacher Code of Conduct, to uphold these commitments that are mentioned in a previous paragraph, the educator, and this falls under letter I, commitment to the student, evaluates students and assigns grades based upon the student's demonstrated competencies and performance, not on whether or not they show up for a remediation and retest session. This practice, as it has been called by district officials, since it is not a policy ever vetted by our BOE, is a gross violation of both our North Carolina Testing Code of Ethics and our Teacher Code of Conduct, which also applies to principals and leadership. We need to abandon this practice immediately. Students should not be given unearned points to their classroom average just for showing up for remediation and retesting. This is wrong. Y'all know it's wrong. It's why it was kept from teachers for so long. It's why there was no official district email that came from district leadership. What I want to know is where the funding is coming from to pay people, to make phone calls to parents, and for these prizes like TVs, tablets, AirPods, gaming consoles, and $1,000 cash. What are the funding codes? Is it coming from federal or state or local funding? We need to ask the questions, who does this benefit? Who's getting paid for these test scores? Because it's not our teachers.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Erica Hall.
Good evening, Dr. Bracy, Chairwoman Lynn Andrews, and the board. As a down-home NC representative, thank you again for working with us. We are the fastest growing county in North Carolina, and an opportunity for local community groups to come together to help better support our largest employer, which is JCPS, is something our citizens can be proud of. We hope the county commissioners will truly and fully fund the budget, and we will continue advocating for this public school system. So speaking as a parent, we have excellent teachers that work in this county, and they work hard. This past school year, my children's teachers were powerful, professional, and impactful role models to every single one of them. I just wanted to stand up here and say thank you to everyone at Innovation Academy for treating my son Aiden more than just a number. And thank you to all the staff and educators at IA who are incredibly skilled and work hard to foster a welcoming environment full of growth, learning, and respect. And I'm also grateful for Thanksgiving Elementary's administration team, their educators and staff. That school truly loves their students. As my daughter Shallow goes into 5th grade next year, I will never forget her 4th grade teachers and how much of a profound and positive influence they had on her. Like, she's thinking about becoming a teacher. That's amazing to me. And I'm so lucky that my youngest is going to preschool at Thanksgiving as well. So I'm proud to be a part of the IA Pioneers and the Thanksgiving Buffaloes. Our teachers of this county deserve to be thanked endlessly and to be thanked at every opportunity because they are educating our future leaders, our workforce, and our children. Some circumstances have teachers doing more work than they should, and I know teacher burnout exists. So thank you to all the teachers in this county that love their profession and love their students. And that's it, and I hope you guys all have a fantastic and safe summer.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Alan Hall.
Hello, everybody. So we have one board member that voted no on our 2023-2024 school budget. They reasoned at the time that the Clayton High Auditorium was not built from the 2018 bond, so they voted no for better teacher pay. They voted no for improved school safety, and many more things that that budget will cover. That board member couldn't even put their money where their mouth is, quite literally, and even be present at Clayton High to listen to parents, students, and staff discuss and ask questions about the next steps for Clayton High's auditorium. I did watch it online, and you guys did a great job, I think, in answering all the questions for those parents. We all know, though, why this was such a supposedly important task for them. When they were the president of a commercial construction company, or repeatedly told their people their interest in a school board position was most likely for financial and political clout. If you're a teacher or staff member at Clayton High School, Cooper Academy, East Clayton Elementary School, Riverwood Elementary School, Riverwood Middle School, Riverdale Elementary School, Thanksgiving Elementary School, or Wilson's Mills Elementary School, if you ever feel unheard, overwhelmed, or not supported by the board member in charge of your schools, I just want you to know there's at least one public group in this county that's fighting for you. I want to thank the board members and administration for supporting these schools when you're not assigned to these schools listed. Honestly, it should really confuse people why this person got elected. They've actually been going around telling people that I am an implanted paid activist by George Soros, and I'm getting paid $100 a day to disrupt local JOCO politics. I wish that was a joke. It's not. So you can rely on 5 of the 7 board members that are sitting around this horseshoe. Yes, Kevin, even you. I still don't like you, but still you as well. They can rely on you. The other 2 board members, one may try to sleep with you or engage in misconduct for power. The other honestly does not care and is using his seat to climb the political ladder, allegedly, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jackie Lee.
Microphone down, I'm short. Y'all have seen me a lot, but I don't think I've ever spoken at one of your meetings, so this is my first time speaking. So I'm here for myself and my concern. I have served now for 5 years, large majority in middle school. Of the emails I sent, I received 5 out of 8 responses, so thank you to those that responded. One of those possibly didn't get it in time, and Dr. Bracey, yours was returned. And I don't know about the other one that didn't respond. My concern regarding the dress code being considered is cleanliness. This affects the child that does not have clean clothes and or body odor. It also affects the other children that share a classroom, lunch, etc. with this child. It can also cause bullying of the child. It needs addressing. That's why there are agencies like DSS. If a child is homeless, then their basic needs are not being attended to. Use the available agencies and programs to help kids and the parents and caregivers. Schools need to make the referrals. The dress code really needs to be separate for elementary and high school. Lots of difference between those two in many areas, but body development is one area. Students need to be covered from shoulders to mid-thigh. No spaghetti straps unless covered by other piece of clothing that covers the shoulders. As just spaghetti straps, they can easily fall off the shoulders and can be very revealing when bending over. For mid-thigh, that's probably a good choice rather than measuring, considering the height of different students. Lastly, you have to have administration that will enforce these and needs to be consistent throughout the county, not one school allowing this and one school not allowing that. Some of the problem is being enforced in all schools and administrative enforcing. It would take but just a few instances before the word got out what was going to be tolerated before it would make a difference. You can pass the policy, but your school administration will have to force it to be effective. I went to school in the Ben Stryford days. Some of y'all may remember him. North Johnston High School days. So I know if administration enforces, that will solve most issues. If this fails, go to uniforms is the only option I think is available if this fails. Thank you to the 5 that did respond to my email.
Thank you, Jackie. Our next speaker is Jeremy Shaner. Okay.
Sorry. All right. So good evening, Chairwoman Andrews, Vice Chairman Tippett, Dr. Bracy, members of the board, members of the public. I'm Jeremy Shaner. I'm a 17-year veteran teacher in Johnston County Public Schools. I'm also the current vice president of JCAE. And all but 1 year of my career, I've taught a state-tested course. Last week, I was actually part of a group of educators that got to meet with Dr. Bracy, Area Superintendent Roderick Brewington, Superintendent Bracy, I said already, and Ms. Andrews and Mr. Tippett about the retesting policy and remediation policy that Ms. Lee just outlined for us a little while ago. I have some questions about that policy that came up in the meeting before that weren't answered. I know they can't be answered tonight. I just wanted to kind of put them out there. The biggest question that I had about the policy is why was it not made public, or practice, I should say. Why was that not made fully public to everybody involved with it in a timely manner? And also, why were there parts of the policy or practice that we weren't really supposed to discuss, namely the giving of points? And so Ms. Lee did a great job of outlining what all those issues are, so I'm not going to go through all that again in the name of time. But the information, not being able to share some information with students and with families is troubling. It puts us educators in kind of a bad spot when we're talking to parents. It also doesn't allow them to make really informed decisions about what they think is best for them, for their families, and for their students. And this policy or practice was also not made available in writing to every student who was out there. It was really only made available to the students who were not proficient. Only later was it something that could be made available to students who did prove proficient the first time around. But it was not an equitable policy or practice up front. Teachers don't have any issue at all with remediating. We don't have any issue at all with retesting students. We do have an issue with changing grades because in the past, that's been sort of a sticking point, right? It has been a sticky subject for teachers who are involved in schemes like that. And so that's where we have an issue. And so I would just like to ask, I know we can't do anything this late in the year because it's done, right? We're kind of moving on to next year. But that I would just ask in the future that people are made fully aware of what it is, right? That you have some people in the room that give you ideas about how to address getting students back into the building to remediate and retest, and also that we have a different incentive that's not points. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Dale Lands.
Board members, Dr. Bracy, good to be here again. I'm Dale Lands. I live in Clayton, North Carolina. Surprisingly, I'm here to talk about the same thing as April Jones-Lee and the other gentleman just talked about. I was here last year talking about hiding money. Well, this time I'm here to talk about a different kind of fraud being allowed and perpetrated by some members of this board and apparently Superintendent Bracy, with the help of administrators and principals of the school district. This particular fraudulent activity has been going on for the last couple of years. It's grade inflation, plain and simple. So this board
and superintendent have instructed administrators, as we've heard, principals and teachers to offer any student that is failing an option of an 8-hour remediation, which includes an automatic 13-point increase to their existing fourth quarter grade. And if they complete the remediation and pass by the end of grade test they previously failed, they're given 26 points. Oh yeah, don't forget the iPads, the TVs, the iPods, the cash prizes. Sounds like a fraudulent attempt to increase passing numbers for students, as well as letter grades assigned to the schools. These students and this county deserve better. Everyone involved should be ashamed of themselves. Why would all involved do this? Because it increases their personal bonuses. Bottom line, it's all about the money. There's a problem now. There are teachers that don't want to increase these grades on a moral basis and a professional basis. And they're telling members of this board that the members of this board are telling them to do what their boss said to do, and that's unacceptable. You all have to do better for the students and the teachers. Thank you to the teachers standing up against this fraudulent practice. This must stop. It doesn't help the kids in any way. It passes them to another school year, to another problem, to another teacher. This is pure and simple fraud. We asked when Dr. Bracey came here how he was going to raise these grades in such a quick manner. And I guess now we know how. We have to stop this. This is unacceptable. And you guys are the ones that can stop it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lands, but I do want to make it clarified that the points raised has nothing to do with proficiency. So the bonuses and everything are not tied to proficiency. Any bonus is tied to growth, and the growth score is the first test that the child takes. You're misled on some information.
Well,
and
that came from the legislature.
Well, but you're misled. You're misled on some information, and
Maybe so,
proficiency is what we're talking about here. So I just want to make sure you understand.
Yeah, that
you've
came
been-
straight from the legislators.
Well, you're misled a little bit, so thank you, though, for your comments. Christy Burgess is our next speaker.
Hello, how are y'all? I don't have a speech planned. I didn't even know I was going to talk till I got here. I'm coming to you as a parent, not necessarily bashing EOGs or anything like that, but I'm coming to advocate for the virtual academy. There are 3 different principals that we've been through since it started. It feels like it changes every year, and I feel like every time we ask what's going to happen next year, we always get told, we don't know, we're not sure where that's going to go yet. And I just want to make sure you guys know that there's so many students that are getting stuff out of that. You've got kids that are parents, you have kids that have high anxiety, you have kids that travel through sports, you have families like mine that are cancer families. And this gives us an option to have accredited teachers with accredited curriculum working with our kids. Is it the right environment for everyone? No, I get that, and I get that that's probably a hard juggling place. But I do hope that you understand that for the kids that it is good for, it works. I have a 14-year-old who's taken AP classes this year. She wants to 2-2 front load and graduate with her associate's degree, and she has several classmates that want to do that too. And early college, from my understanding, is turning away 250 to 300 students a year because they don't have the room for it. And this is a place that could truly develop into something that could help kids all across our county just succeed as they become older and are growing into becoming adults and whatnot. For us, where you've got this learning stuff, where you hear people talk about you're missing the learning curve, you're missing this, you're missing that. We were able to take tons of field trips over the last 3 years that we've been out with virtual. We did virtual the first year with brick and mortar when it was in, then we did admin last year. We've been able to substitute so much extra curriculum with putting stuff in, but I know I'm not a teacher, and I don't want my kids to suffer because I can't do that. But there are families that truly need that type of environment just for other extenuating circumstances. And I just hope y'all will remember that as you make your decisions on if you're going to continue with the virtual academy or not.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Mr. David Hawks.
Dr. Bracy and school board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. As a representative of the high school principals, I wanted to share some thoughts on the issue of retesting, bless you, and our incentive. Retesting end-of-course tests for high school students is an opportunity that students all over the state of North Carolina and public high schools have. So there should be no disagreement about allowing high school students from Johnston County Public Schools to have the same opportunity. And just as a footnote, incentives are offered by many school systems in many forms, some grades, some drawn for iPads, TVs, and that's been going on for years to get students to come back and retest. With the current exam grading scale for both state and county final exams in Johnston County being so heavily inflated, there is no natural incentive for students to want to take the retest unless it has a benefit to them grade-wise. With high school students, it's not an easy lift to get them to retest at all. Consider that a student may make an exam score of 80 on the Math 3 exam and still not be proficient by state standards because the grading scale is so inflated. Even with the incentive we've offered, it's hard to convince students and parents who have that inflated exam score, which in some cases their highest grade on their report card, to go back and retest. So we're trying to offer something to bring them in. Not realize the state has flattened out the traditional grading scale, so adding a point or two, even 5 points, is kind of meaningless as an incentive. Please consider that on the 4-point grading scale currently, a 90 is a 4.0, a 95 is a 4.0, a 99 is a 4.0, a 100 is a 4.0, and you go down the line, it's the same way. So based on the current state grading scale and inflated exam score, your principals reached a unanimous agreement to try to create an incentive to raise the final grade by either 5 or 10 points. And 10 points will in all cases increase your final grade 1 letter grade. By the way, in some field, this is something that will inflate GPAs. It only impacts the GPA over the course of high school, 0.035. Was it a perfect solution? No. The perfect solution would be to have the grading scale for exams reflect the student's actual performance on the exams rather than be inflated. And there would be a natural incentive to retake the exam to pass. The best solution is to have the child retake the exam and let whatever points earned be reflected on the new exam score, but that would require policies to be changed. And that's something the board consider in the future. So we're trying to teach our students in high school that grades really matter. So this is something we're doing to try to help them. And we have students that all of a sudden have discovered, oh, I understand my GPA now. I'm gonna work harder in the future and get better because I passed it the second time. In the last 2 days, over 100 students, we don't have English scores yet, among all these schools have changed and have retested and passed, and probably 1,000 retested. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for being here. I skipped a person, our last speaker is Mr. Ned Walsh. I'm sorry. I didn't have the sheet with your name on it, but no. We're grateful to have you with us. Thank you.
Free public education is fundamental not only to the future of our constitutional republic, but also the future of the economic growth and quality of life here in Johnston County. Jonathan Kozel, writer, educator, and activist, states, privatized schools starve the public school system. I am opposed to the use of public funds for private education. All our children in the public educational system of Johnston County, including those who fall into the category of LGBTQ community, deserve our full support, as does the Johnston County Board of Education and the central offices of our Department of Education. While advocating support for our county's Board of Education, I would advise Johnston County electorate to be aware of 2 current members whose backgrounds are at odds with the high standards of being strong advocates of a free public educational system and all its students, including those that fall into the category of LGBTQ community. One member is under indictment by the Johnston County court system and free on $50,000 unsecured bond. He is charged with felony extortion, obstruction, felony obstruction of justice, and 3 counts of failing to discharge duties and should resign immediately. Another board member is an advocate of Mothers for Liberty. This organization has a goal of removing all books and materials from both public libraries and public school libraries dealing with the issues relating to the LGBTQ community. This national organization is funded by the most extreme elements of the Republican Party, which is seeking to weaken our system of a free public educational system. I will close this presentation with a quote from Tom Brokaw, former ABC News anchor. "There is a place in America to take a stand, and it is the underpinning of our culture and political system. It is the great common ground of public education, after all, which is the engine that moves our society toward a common destiny. It is in the public education that the American dream begins to take place."
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our speakers tonight. We appreciate you coming forth to share your thoughts and your feelings about particular situations. We will move forward into our agenda, and we are now at Roman numeral 6, everyone. We're at adjustments to the agenda. Ms. Anton, any adjustments to the agenda?
I would ask that we pull out a couple items out of the consent agenda and vote on them individually so we can have discussions around them. One would be number 6, which is a gaggle safety archiving contract renewal. That comes up in another place on our agenda under the financial services reconciliation sheets. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that before I voted on that. But of course, this is up to the board and chair if they wanted to consider that one. Number 12 would be the
Yeah, I'm trying to look where
It's
to,
number 6.
where do you want to put it to? That's
Oh,
what I'm-
I think maybe, do you want to put it under,
Who would, which David? Okay, let's add it and make it Roman numeral, I'm sorry, go to E and make it 3. Do y'all see what I'm talking about? I have them, okay. We'll just, is there, I need to do a vote on. Okay, so we'll add amended. You're talking about the 23-24 gaggle student safety archiving contract renewal. Okay, we're moving that to, we'll vote on this in a minute, y'all. We're moving that to E3. Okay? Is that all?
the next one would be number 12 for school resource officer contracts. And I don't know if that can.
That would go with Dr. Pierce as well. So that would, let's make that 4. That makes.
Number 14, which is the elementary Spanish social studies curriculum adoption. And that could probably go under the, I think.
That would go under Dr.
Yes.
King. That would be 3 under B.
Number 4 for board policy, second read. That is the dress code policy, if I'm correct.
Right, and Mr. Tippett's going to address that.
You can go ahead by pulling that to put it, and it will go on, where to move it, but go put it at,
Go ahead, sure. And so where do you want to?
It would be 5 under E.
To move that to E5. And I wanted to talk as well about number 16, which is box modular lease renewal for fiscal year 23-24, and that should go under the chief of facilities and construction. So under C, it would be 6?
6.
That is my first motion, that we take those out of consent
Okay.
and move them onto the regular agenda.
Okay, and I'm going to go down the circle because we may have more, and then we'll handle both. Okay, Mr. Wooten, anything?
No
Mr. Tippett?
adjustments.
nothing other than what we said.
Okay, Mr. Donovan?
No adjustments.
Mr. Carroll?
No adjustments.
Mr. Johnson?
I'd like to make an impromptu adjustment that we have maybe some information presented from Dr. Bracy, because we've seen some opposing sides of this remediation. So if he could get us a very generalized concept of what was going on or what was happening just based on all of the public comments, I would make that motion that we add that to some part of the end discussion. Just an outlining of the remediation, the things that were mentioned, and I could go down with a list. So, I mean, for his preparatory purposes, you could have what incentives were offered, how many students participated.
I think, yeah, I don't think he's gonna have that information here tonight. That was my thinking. I know what you're asking. I don't know that he's got that information in front of him right now. Okay,
And
okay.
absolutely, I totally understand that. It's
But
very
we
impromptu.
could come back and get that information at a
Okay,
later
I
date.
withdraw that
I think,
adjustment.
okay, all right.
And I think,
Yeah, let me vote on these things. Okay, so we have a motion for the adjustments that have been made. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I would also like to add to the agenda a discussion, and I can do it under an open discussion item if you'd like, or if you'd want to put it under maybe the chief academic officers, this remediation plan that's moved in. I think it's a timely issue as it's happening right now, and I think it's something that we need to get in front
Well,
of.
we need to vote on the things that have been seconded first, so, and I'll come back to you. I need a vote for the things that have been mentioned. I have a motion and a second, so, any other discussion about those things? Okay, if not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of adding the items that Ms. Anton mentioned, you didn't really mention any. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye, 7-0. Okay, now, Ms. Anton.
And I would also like to re-enter the motion to have a spot put on this agenda someplace to talk about the remediation plans that are moving forward right now inside our schools.
So would I be seconding a motion for just an open discussion based on the remediation practices and procedures that were mentioned earlier?
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. Any discussion?
the one question I have was that, just to clarify a statement that was made earlier, Ms. Cornetta, can we, the issue I have is it's my understanding that this board has no control over that, legal control over that. Because I think I've been very clear. I think this is, I don't have a problem with incentives. I think this is way too many points. And I've been very clear with that. I've been very clear with that from the beginning. However, I don't know that this board, I don't know what we can discuss other. I mean, I guess that's what my law is. I don't think I have the authority to do that. Am I right or wrong, Ms. Cornetta, on that?
Mr. Tippett and the board, I would advise you all to have information before you so that you can make a meaningful decision about policy language. At this point, principals have the authority to grade and classify students, which includes grading, and that's under 115C 288. And I'm happy to address this item further if you all want to have legal advice in closed session.
Okay, and that's my biggest issue is that I don't know what legally anybody on this board can do, because I can tell you this: I don't think anybody who spoke or anybody anywhere wants any person on this board to have any input on individual student grades, and that's what gets sticky, and that's I agree that probably most people on this board are going to have some concerns with this process as it is now, and I voiced that at our meeting we had last week, very openly, and that process, but I'm not sure what. I don't know what we can say right now.
Well, I think her motion and my second was so we could have the discussion you just had, that you're having right now. I think that's why we did that. So yeah.
I just want to clarify from our attorney that based. So we did it. Okay. I just want to clarify, and then we'll have a vote, because we do have a motion and a second. That principals have the authority based on 115C-288. They have the authority to do what has been done.
That's correct.
Okay. Inside that statute, it says the principal shall consider the pupil's classroom work and grades. It does not say the principal shall go in and coerce teachers to add points to a student's grade. I read nowhere in that statute that it claims that. We can either have this discussion in open, or we can have it somewhere else, but this discussion needs to happen. This is going on in our schools right now. It is an inflation of grades from 13 to 26 points is what I've heard. It just needs to be discussed in the open and be transparent with the public.
Okay. So any other discussion?
I don't have a problem with what Ms. Antoine's saying. I just want to understood that this isn't a board policy, and there's nothing for that as it stands now. And now that's under the legal advice of the board attorney. Now, if that changes, It is, and I think when we met, just for the benefit of the public, I think when we met the other day, there are many things that may be you could consider grade inflation. I mean, right now we give a 50 minimum grade. Technically, that's grade inflation. I mean, that it's not the same magnitude, but there's other means of grade inflation that this board needs to look at. That is within the control of the policy, and that's what we said last week. We would certainly move forward in looking at that policy. I mean, if you've got teachers that are dropping a test grade, if you've got curving grades, it could be argued. I mean, all those things can be argued as grade inflation. Now, certainly, please don't throw stuff at me because I realize it's not the magnitude that we're talking about now, but there's a whole lot of things that this open a can of worms of things that we can discuss. And I'm one, as I told the teachers and the principals the other day, I'm 100% supportive of getting that done. But I think we got to have some authority to do it. That's my biggest concern.
So,
I don't think what we've heard tonight is something that is all over the board. We've heard 26 points, how many points? And we've heard 5 points. We've heard it will increase your GPA by 0.003. I don't have enough information tonight. And somebody said, the train's out of the station for this year. We need to be thinking about what is going to be continued. I would like to have more information. I would like for us all, public and everyone, to get the correct information. I think it's probably been a miscommunication, or not the best communication in the world. But we have principals in support of it. I think there are teachers in support of it, and there are teachers that are not in support of it. And so much different stuff is going on. We need to know from our people, what are we doing? TVs, iPads, and stuff like that. Do we know if that's going on? I don't know. But let's get some information and let's discuss it. And let's discuss it from a point of knowledge and common ground that we all know these are the facts as they are. Not what I understood or I heard on the Facebook or internet or the neighbor said this and the time it got back to me it was something else. So that's what I would prefer.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we've kind of gone beyond.
Yeah, we
motion and second,
I
so
got a
point of
motion
order.
and a second on the table.
One more point there that I want to make is the fact that every school doesn't have to do it the same way. And I think that goes back to what you were saying. Because we don't know how each one of those schools are doing it. Because every school may be doing it a different way, different points, different things. And that's the issue because each principal has the authority to do it the way they wanted to do it. And that's what the high schools are doing. So I used the word fiasco the other day, and that's what has developed.
This is a grade-fixing scheme. It is being perpetrated on our schools right now as we sit here as the highest authority above these schools, and we are going to do nothing. We are going to say, I need more information. I sat 3 weeks ago in a meeting with Dr. Bracey, with Mr. Brewington, and with Dr. King. We sat in that meeting together when the first teacher brought this to me, and I said, what are you doing? Do you want this to be the News and Observer headline? Johnston County inflates grades. Is that what you want? Because that's what you're going to have happening unless you get control of this. Put a fact sheet down from Central and make it consistent across the board and tie it to something. You want to give kids 13 points? Why? Let's make sure that those kids earn the 13 points and have some proof behind it. But we are not going to be just adding 13, 26, 50 points to every student's grade and think that that should fly and think that I'm going to sit here as a representative of the taxpayer, accountable to the Board of Commissioners. I trust you, Dr. Bracey. I haven't been let down by you in a long time, and this has let me down, and it makes me wonder whether or not
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we vote, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I think we need to have the vote. We've had the discussion. We've learned a lot. We have a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote, and we'll go for
Take that motion so we'll understand
I think the
exactly what
motion was from Ms. Anton to
Second, it was just informal discussion.
right to add an informal discussion about the retesting practice that has been implemented here this year, this spring. So I will call for a vote. This is the motion is to add an open discussion about this to the end of our meeting tonight, this meeting tonight, okay? So I would ask all those in favor of adding a session, an open discussion session at the end of this meeting, which would be, sorry, I'm just looking, would be like number Roman numeral 10, I guess. All those in favor of adding that session, please indicate.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. When you say open session, are we talking about what we're just doing now? Is that what you're definitely, what you meant by open session?
In open session, so it's transparent to the public and hopefully in the most respectful way possible. I know Dr. Bracy feels disrespected by me, and there is no disrespect intended.
Let's call, we're gonna call for the vote. I'm gonna call for the vote. Enough said. Okay, all those in favor of adding the session to the end of the agenda, please indicate by saying aye. I have 2. All the 3? Okay. All those opposed to adding it to the meeting tonight at the end, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed to adding it.
I oppose.
Did you vote aye?
Then it's affirmative.
That is a yes.
I don't have a problem with the discussion as long as we can do a civil discussion. And that civil discussion means I don't want, you know, like I'm one to talk about raising your voice, right, Ms. Antoine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the only way to have a civil
I don't know.
discussion is to have information, and we don't have information.
Is aye? Okay, a no vote is an aye, so therefore we will add it to the end of the agenda. It will be number 10.
Can I just say this?
Yeah.
Miss Anton, disrespect is your tone with me. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't raise your voice, and I won't raise mine at you. Don't do that.
Agree.
Okay.
So not anymore tonight, right?
Not
All
a
right.
child, but
No,
yeah.
no, I didn't say you.
We'll be
Didn't say you were a
respectful to one
child.
another. We'll be
Okay,
respectful
I'm
to
always
we're gonna
respectful.
we're gonna move on to the updates from the chairman and the board committees. Finance, Mr. Wooten.
Nothing to report, waiting on the county and the state to finalize their budgets, and then we can finalize ours. So, kind of posturing
Hopefully
right
that
now.
will be in the next week or so. Legal committee, no report. Policy committee, Mr. Tippett.
Actually, we put those policies out. We're going to look at that policy again when I have an amendment I want to add to one of the policies when Dr. Pierce comes up. That's what I wanted that put out for. So we will address those. Your 3 policies up for second review. For second read. And we will have the policy committee. We'll meet Thursday, 2:00.
Okay, bond committee, Mr. Carroll.
No report.
Legislative committee, Ms. Anton.
No report.
Okay, and I've added in here very quickly, just a chairman's update. I've had a lot going on here, and these are just reasons to celebrate is the main reason I'm doing this. But just thank you, Mr. Brewington, for getting me information. But this past week, or maybe the couple of weeks before that, we graduated 2,939 students in Johnston County Schools. That's phenomenal. We have had numerous students of our graduates, and I hate to even begin to mention it because I'll leave somebody out, but we've had significant scholarships that have been awarded to many of our students. We have the Moorhead, the Moorhead Kane Scholarship. We've had the James B. Duke scholarships, and I don't want to get into names because I'll leave someone out, but this senior class received $43,436,384 in scholarships. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. So some good things are happening. And in saying that, I attended several of our graduations. It's a wonderful experience. I'm so happy for the parents and the families of these graduates. What an exciting time if we all think back to that high school graduation. It's just really the door opens to a future life. But I just want to say thank you to the staff, to the teachers, to the administrators, to everybody who touched these kids' lives through all these years of education. But what a great celebration. We also have celebrated since the last time we gathered here. There have been numerous award ceremonies, musicals, plays, band concerts, choral concerts, and I've had the opportunity to attend many of those promotion activities for our elementary kids. It's just been a great time for our families to come into our schools and to celebrate their young person's achievements. And I understand that some of our schools have already welcomed our kindergartners for next year. We had a signing day at one of our elementary schools, so the class of 2036 will enter our schools in August. That's a celebration, but they're already being welcomed into our schools, and what a great thing. I do want to mention one thing, and I know it's been a long meeting, but for our recent and future graduates, there's an opportunity, and Dr. Lindquist is here from Johnston Community College, but the commissioners have put together JOCO Commissioner's Promise. It's a Promise Plus program. It's a collaboration between Johnston County Commissioners and Johnston Community College. And this is an opportunity to have your education paid for by our county commissioners if you choose to go to Johnston Community College. And I'm going to ask that this be put up on our website so that families can see this. But you are a graduate. You have to be a graduate of Johnston County Public Schools, high schools, or have a high school equivalent. You have to be admitted to the curriculum program that you want to enter. You have to complete your 2023-24 free application for your FAFSA, your federal student aid. You have to do that first. You have to be a resident of North Carolina, obviously. You have to be enrolled in at least 6 credit hours per semester, and you have to maintain a 2.0 GPA at the end of the spring term after the first year. And what that means is that when you do this, you graduate from Johnston County High School and you attend JCC for up to 2 academic years tuition free. So the commissioners are putting the funding out there. And so, Dr. Lindquist, we hope that we have many students to come and join you. He is here tonight, and when the meeting's over, if you're still here, if you'd like to speak to him, he's happy to talk to you. He's the president of Johnston Community College. But we're excited that our commissioners, who have been so generous to us and to our surrounding facilities such as JCC, that we have this collaboration. So please spread the word to, and it's not too late for those who've just graduated to look at this opportunity, and certain our future graduates that are coming up. But what a great way. Do you want to say something, Dr. Lindquist?
You know, just that I printed some of those flyers out in glorious expectation that, that not everybody might have them.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to it. Our students.
Yeah. It's JOCO Commissioner's Promise Program.
4 semesters tuition free. It's a hard deal to be.
Right.
I'm very thankful for the commissioners
Right, we are too.
for funding this. They've doubled their financial commitment this year.
Right. Well, I appreciate your being here tonight and waiting it out with us. Thank you. And we do have a special call board meeting on June the 30th to conduct some other business. I'm just letting the public know that. Okay. All right. Dr. Bracy.
Ms. Dance, I'm confused. How many are left in consent now? We pulled so many. How many did we pull? 5? Pull 6, so it's 1 through 10 now. Okay. 1 through 11. Okay. I had 6 too. Madam Chair, I ask that the board approve consent agenda items numbers 1 through 11.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve these items, and this would be the items that were not placed further elsewhere on the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Donovan. I didn't hear who said it. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
7-0. Okay, I'm trying to find my place here. All right, Dr. King.
Good evening, board members. Thank you. All right. How you doing? Speaking of confused, let me see if I can find where we are. Okay. We
Three
have
items
three.
now.
I'm gonna start with Houghton, Mifflin, Harcourt, Math 180. Board members, this item is relative to the addition of the Houghton, Mifflin, Harcourt, Math 180 program to our MTSS program. This program would be used to provide Tier 3 intensive intervention support for students in grades 6 through 8 math. This is a relatively simple item. As you know, we have programs that we use to support students who have specific needs in the various years, depending on their specific needs. In the past, we have used a product called Math Now, I think is the correct name of it. That program was discontinued by its maker, and so we then needed to go out and identify a new product that we could use to provide intervention, Tier 3 intensive intervention for math. Our MTSS team did a review of the available resources that are available out in the community and identified Houghton, Mifflin, Harcourt, I should just say HMH, which is why I'm having such a hard time with it, HMH Math 180 as the new program that we would use for that purpose. We will propose this evening purchasing the program for 1 year at a cost not to exceed $185,000. We will use that program for a year, make a determination at the end of the year as to its effectiveness and whether or not it's something that we want to continue. But again, this would replace a product that no longer is available to us to purchase going forward.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Mr. Carroll. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion?
I have a question about this particular, this is a computer-based remediation, is that correct?
It's computer-based, and teachers can use it in multiple ways. They can use, you can use some of the resources as a computer-based resource. They can also use it in hard copy, and they have a number of options that teachers can use to deliver the information to students. But yes, technology-based provision is one option.
Does this price include the hard copies?
I don't know that answer. My assumption would be usually when we have a scenario like this, when we purchase a license, and that allows us to make copies of those items that we want to make. So, but I don't want to make of that because I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to get back to you with that information.
How many students are going to be this, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. It would be a reflection of the number of students who are identified as Tier 3, in need of Tier 3 intervention. So that number can vary from year to year. Unfortunately, I don't have that number at this moment.
This program is for 6th graders and up?
6th through 8th graders, yes, ma'am.
Are we just charged a basic license fee? Are we charged per student fee? How does that work?
I believe it is a basic license fee. And fair warning, we have added some additional dollars because the company did not include tax, and so we've made an estimate of what the tax will cost. So that's why it's one of those up to $185,000 purchases. So we wanted to make sure we had enough to cover those taxes.
My fear is that we approve it and then we find out that we don't get hard copies. Is there any way we can quickly find out?
I don't know about quickly. I can certainly make an effort to find out.
Because I know
Might be
even
here a while tonight.
Yeah, it sounds that way, yeah. I certainly would be willing to reach out and see if I can find out the answer to that question, if that would be the board's desire.
So typically, if we have the license to a product, we're authorized to make paper copies of that product. Is that correct?
Sometimes, it just depends on the product. Yes, it just depends on the product.
And would you give me a brief example? Because you said we're unsure of how many kids would actually utilize this. I'm sure we could predict or give our best estimate, but we're unsure. Can you give me an example of how a student would benefit and how a student would utilize this service?
So again, I don't want to get too deep into it, but essentially what would happen is, and let me just back up for a second and explain the tier process. Once we identify a student who's having difficulty in a specific area, we have what we call a standard treatment protocol. And based on where a student shakes out in terms of those tiers in the standard treatment protocol, that would then dictate what kind of support that student would get. Tier 3 is the highest level of support that we provide for students. It's intensive. It usually includes a significant amount of time for a student, sometimes as much as 30 minutes a day, sometimes as much as 5 days a week, usually not quite that much. But generally what would happen is a student would work on the program during a 30-minute period of time, either during a remediation or intervention block, with the hope that after working on this program over a period of time, that student will have built the skill basis that they need to be able to improve their performance and if you will, catch up with their colleagues who may not necessarily have that difficulty.
What funding source is this, federal, state, or local?
This will be state and local funds, most likely 897.
When I kind of tried to look at the program a little bit, and it seemed to be, when I looked at the studies to see if there's efficacy with this and how it actually remediates kids and gets them brought up to grade level. HMH did a lot of their own studies that prove that. There's really not much available in other studies to give us some data to find out whether or not this is going to be effective for kids, because that's really what the goal is here, is to be effective for children. My deep concern with this is that it is tech-based, so these kids are going to be put in a remediation room for 30 minutes with a computer and told to go do it, and subject matter that they are struggling heavily with. I would much rather see a paper version of this, if that's possible, or some sort of a program that actually allows for an instructional type of setting for these kids to get that remediation. And I don't know if that's just a staffing issue that we can't work with them more directly, or what's going on here.
Well, I would argue that the notion that, you know, this is all that those students would receive is not quite the way it works. This is another step, right? So this is what they will get in addition to the support that they're going to receive from their teachers. So this isn't the only kind of support these students are going to receive who need this particular help. This is what students would receive in addition to the support that their teachers provide for them.
And this is replacing a program that we already have something. Was that program online, or was it hard copies?
I believe it was also one that you could use online or use using copies.
Okay, so it's a similar program to what we have in place already.
I think that's a fair statement. I wouldn't want to guarantee that.
No,
I wouldn't want to guarantee that. Yes, I've never taught math, unfortunately.
And I don't know how well that other program was working either. When we look at our actual Math 1 scores of our kids leaving the 9th grade going into that freshman year, they were not doing well. They were actually doing poorly. So I want programming that's going to help students. That's my bottom line. And I have no problem with the spend on it. I just want to make sure there's efficacy. I think the one study I saw said that it had to be 18 hours of instruction on this in a year in order to be to show some growth for these students. And that just seemed unreasonable. I mean, that's not even logical. So.
Well, remembering 180 days of school, 18 hours isn't very much.
1,800. They said when they backed it off to 900 hours of instruction, they saw no statistical difference in these students in terms of their growth in the subject matter, which is concerning to me, and that's all.
Sure. And again, that's one of the reasons that we are actually advocating for a one-year contract that'll give us an opportunity to make some judgments about whether or not the program meets our needs. And if after a year it is determined that the program isn't meeting the needs of our students, we'll be standing before you with a different program.
And they can use this program at home as well if it's online.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. Any other discussion? This as it is an action item. I have a motion and a second. I think, yeah. Yeah.
Dr. King, how
discussions are going on?
How soon can you get back to us on the being able to have them on paper?
I'm gonna try to get back to you tonight.
Sweet.
I said try. I'm gonna make every effort. I'm gonna get on the phone when we get done.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the purchase of this program, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
6-1. Okay, I think you have a couple other items.
The next item is EC contract for 2023-2024 Behavior Support Services. Board members, again, as has been our practice, when we are entering into new contracts, I do bring those contracts before you for your approval. This contract is a contract with Kinetic Physical Therapy, and I know that the name of that company throws one off when recognizing that this is a behavior support services contract. I must tell you, I had the same response, but apparently Kinetic Physical Therapy is the name of a company, and you'll see if you notice the other items in our special education contracts this year, you notice that Kinetic is a company that we use quite often. It is a large company that provides an incredible array of services. When I first saw this item, I looked and I even called and said, oh, is that the right company? And I did go to their website, and they do provide an incredible array of services for schools. We talked last month, I believe, about our plan to hire a number of behavioral support staff to support our students in schools, as well as a BCBA. When we talked about this program before, we did talk about hiring just 5 of those. I would note that this request mentions adding an additional RBT, and that is one that would be stationed at Choice Plus, which is our alternative program. Board members, you'll remember when we had some conversations around that program, one of the things that we talked about was the importance of getting some staffing there who can support students around behavior management, and that is the purpose of adding that additional RBT to this team of individuals that we will be hiring. So again, this contract would go to Kinetic Physical Therapy for the provision of a BCBA and 6 RBTs to serve Choice Plus Academy and the remainder of our schools in terms of behavioral support. The contract will be paid through Exceptional Children's Funds, PRC 060 and 306. And we anticipate that the cost of this purchase will not exceed $600,000.
Okay, this is an action item. I will entertain a motion to accept this bid.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnston. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Tippett. Any discussion?
Did you, for the BCBA, do we know what that person is what kind of different methodologies that person is certified in?
They're a board-certified behavior analyst. So that is a certification that they have to go to school for and obtain.
But we don't.
It's not one particular methodology.
And I think this whole stir-up was because parents wanted ABA one-on-ones. I want to make sure that these people are going to be on the ground working with the kids.
Yes.
And not managing teachers. They're going to be helping the teachers, right?
They'll be helping the teachers as well.
Yeah.
But they will also be working with kids.
These are
In our school.
resources that are going to be in the classrooms helping the kids. Okay.
And I think it's a very good idea to put one at Choice Academy full-time. I mean, that's definitely needed.
I'm not necessarily opposed to anything that you have proposed here, but I don't think it actually answered the question that the parents were asking. The parents were asking to have their ABA therapist into the school with their child. This simply brings non-specified therapist, as we just clarified through Mr. Tippett, into 6 across a district of 47 schools. I don't think it actually answers the question of what the parents were asking.
When we bring a one-on-one for a student, it is something that an IEP team makes a decision on. So if an IEP team was to make a decision for a one-on-one, then the team would determine what level of one-on-one. When we bring in a private therapist or somebody as that one-on-one and then something happens and that person's no longer available, then we are left with the task of filling that spot, and it could leave a vacancy. It could leave a vacancy that we may or may not be able to fill, and then where does that student stand if they don't have their private one-on-one there, if we've written it into their IEP?
Because I don't know a lot about the whole IEP process, do y'all have standards on the needs of the student, and this need would require a certain one-on-one? Is that somewhere that we could see as far as like what's needed, or is it just on a student basis?
So, an IEP is by its nature individualized, right? And so when you walk into that process, what you do is you identify the specific needs of an individual student. Now, very obviously, for professionals, when we see a student with specific needs, it's usually not the first time we've seen a student with those needs, and those professionals have a sense of the kinds of services that would work and that would be most effective to support the needs of a specific student. And I think that most of the professionals who do this kind of work, our special education staff, have a sense of what kind of support they would provide individual students based on a set of needs. There is not a list any place that I think we could provide for you that would say, this kid with this need would need this thing. In effect, that would be a kind of a violation of the very notion of the IEP. But I do want to be clear, with respect to the request that has been made by parents, and as I said last month, our work here is to provide you with the best recommendation that we can provide based on all of the information that we can gather. We have, again, consulted very thoroughly with colleagues around the state, with the Department of Public Instruction, and we have constructed a strategy that we feel like is in line with that guidance that we've been provided. As I shared, last week, it is not, it would not be appropriate for us to provide you with a recommendation that would be outside of that guidance, and so that's what we've provided.
And we have some kids that already have one-on-ones.
We have, but usually that's referring to a teacher assistant.
And that's what I was going to ask. They're Johnston County public employees.
Yes.
Public school employees.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. But that's different than this request. Yes, sir. Those one-on-ones are Johnston County public employees. The one-on-ones or these individuals that are being requested are individuals from private companies.
And you said we reached out to different districts and areas. Did we reach out to districts that did have it in the school systems?
We have reached out to some districts that did have it in school districts.
Because I remember asking if we could go visit and just see how it worked.
And I think that's still available. I spoke with Mr. Johnston and shared that we're going to continue to look at this, and if we find a scenario where we feel like we can overcome the concerns that we have, we'll certainly come back to this board and share that as a recommendation.
And I would add that the ABA therapist that may be desired to be a one-on-one for, parents desire that therapist can come and work for Johnston County Schools. And if that child has a one-on-one in their IEP, they can come. I mean, that's just the logistics of that opportunity.
Are we hiring ABA therapists? Is that an
They
open
could
position?
they could apply. They could apply to work for Johnston County Schools, and that may be a possibility. I don't know. It depends on what the child's IEP says.
I thought that this was brought to us, and it was the whole thing that the Blue Cross Blue Shield was picking up the cost of these therapists. They would be, and other counties are doing this. They bring them in and they facilitate the learning of the child. I understand your concern that if the contract ended for that child and it's written in the IEP that they have them, then all of a sudden we're on the hook to provide one for them. But if a child sincerely needs that, and it's the goal of the parent to make sure they have that, all we're doing is spending $600,000 and not getting what these parents asked for.
But we're getting, well, what he's telling me is there's a lot of other children that are going to benefit from this, which is the main reason. Is that correct?
Right, and what we are providing.
And teachers.
Yes, ma'am, and what we are providing here is we are providing the basis to provide practice that is in line with what the Department of Public Instruction suggests.
And I think the reason I ask about the credentials, because I'm making the assumption, which maybe I shouldn't do, that the folks that we're bringing in are going to understand ABA if that's what is needed for that kid, for that student. Because I don't know why you would ever put a specific methodology in an IEP unless something, I would never do that as writing. As many behavioral plans as I've written,
Right.
as many IEPs as I've written, I would never put a specific one in there because you use bits and pieces from all of them. And based on, I tend to gather my own information, and I will tell you, based on speaking with staff in this county, based on some information that I got from some folks in Harnett County, I think my personal opinion and the way I think it needs to go is what we've got here. I think there's always going to be an evaluation period and see how that goes and see where we go from there. But that's, I think this is the first step, and I wish we could have done it quicker during this school year. That's my biggest concern. But I think this is the route to go. Again, we still evaluate it. We still see who's hired, the needs of the students in that classroom, and go from there.
Okay, any other discussion?
This Kinetic is out of Greenville?
Yes.
Are we paying for their travel expenses?
Not from Greenville to here. Only if they were to travel from school to school within their day.
Okay.
Are they local to be helpful if we have an issue at a school? I mean, you're talking about an hour's drive, so if we have a child that's having a meltdown or emergency or something's happening.
They would be here daily.
Okay.
All 6?
They would be here daily, just like our speech therapists and OTs that we contract with. They're here daily.
And in your proposal, you said that they're the lowest cost. Are they the most qualified?
From the proposal they gave us, they were the best pick.
And like you said, we already utilize the company anyways, right?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to expect that they're going to be relatively responsive. We are spending a good deal of money with them for various services. Yes, sir.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, do they do speech?
They do.
What else do they do?
So, yeah. If you ever, it's really incredible to notice. If you go to their website, they have almost a whole page of the various services that they provide. It's really interesting.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is discussion over? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of this proposal for the EC contracts, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Yes.
All opposed? 7-0. Thank you. I think you have one more item, correct?
Yes.
That we pulled out.
The final item is the item that was pulled, which is elementary Spanish social studies curriculum adoption. Board members, simply put, this is a continuation of the board adoption that we did earlier this year. These are simply K-3 Spanish language versions of the books that we've purchased. Unfortunately, I do not have the number of books that this would cover. I tried to reach out and get that number, but I didn't have it. But I will get that number for you all if you are interested in it. But again, these are the same materials that you've already approved, that we've worked through our process to identify. These are just Spanish language versions of the items. And those, of course, would go to students who are in a position that they, still require Spanish language versions of the books.
Okay, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Donovan. Okay, any discussion?
I'm trying to figure out why this wasn't included in the original ask.
It was simply an omission. If I'm honest, the purchase that we made was pretty expansive, and if you'll remember, we bought lots of different products from a number of different companies, so it was just an omission by my staff.
Are there going to be other companies that we have to buy more
Lord, I
Spanish
hope
stuff
not.
from?
I have.
I hope not.
Because this is the second time that we've noticed something that we omitted. I certainly pray not.
And these obviously will be available in the fall.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, just didn't know the timing, yeah.
Are these for the ELL learners or for our dual language learners? Who exactly are they serving?
I think that's a reasonable expectation. Yes, ma'am.
So when I went to the website to look at this and looked at McGraw-Hill's guiding principles for their social studies curriculum, it has stuff about teaching the whole child, equity, diversity, and inclusion, language learners, culturally responsive teaching, being global citizen. And honestly, I've looked at these materials in person and have not found them to be at all controversial. They were well put together. They seemed developmentally appropriate. So I don't know why McGraw-Hill did that. I know that there is a USC professor out of Los Angeles that has written these. He is the main driving force behind these. I don't know if it's just part of, being part of today's culture that they did that, but I have found nothing controversial inside the book that I have looked at. So I just wanted to put that out for people in case they looked at it up themselves.
Okay.
And Dr. King, this is just a translation of what we already purchased, correct?
Right.
Yes, sir.
It's the same text, correct?
Same text, just Spanish. Spanish
Okay, I
language.
have a motion and a second. If all discussion is in, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the purchase of this social studies curriculum adoption in Spanish, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Thank you.
Gomez.
Let's see, Mr. Moore, are you up?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. If everyone would indulge me, I'd like to go a little bit out of order, if okay. I would like to present some exciting news update for our 2022 bond project, elementary school. We have reached the conclusion with the schematic design that I would like to share. As you know, we are underway with design on a new elementary school funded by the 2022 bond referendum. We are working with Ratio Architects of Raleigh and Balfour Beatty Construction. So far, our design is comprising 51 teaching spaces, which is by DPI standards is 900 students, but by actual head count numbers, it's around 950-ish plus. So also just anticipating a construction to start in the spring with the site package, and we're also working with our construction team to go ahead and purchase those long lead packages like steel and chillers and switch gear and all of that stuff too. This is on schedule, on track for opening for the 2025 school year. And as you know and can see from the map, the location is approximately where that star is, and it will add much needed capacity in the greater Cleveland area. So, exciting part about this is we are taking a fresh 2020s update to our model, making sure it is still as efficient as possible while also considering new factors such as safety, equity among students. One big, you can see here from our picture, that is a user group meeting that was held. We had lots of different departments of the school system come in from pre-K, EC, the arts, PE, curriculum. We had some principals in there, IT, media, safety, transportation, even the maintenance guys came in. And one key thing was we didn't want students entering in separate buildings, like some entering in the back at the cafeteria while the carpool drops in the front. So we wanted them all to come in the front door so staff, for one, can manage it, but it's equity as well. So, and then of course we're we've come a long ways with computers, technology, mobile teaching carts, all of that, and we really like, and I'll show the plan coming up, but we really wanted to combine sort of like Thanksgiving, but also the entrance, the cafeteria, the dining, the gymnasium, all of that be one kind of common area, one shared space, and instead of some of it's in this building and some's up front and stuff. So this is where we started. You can see the carpool on the left is the rubber bands. The parking lots is the white piece of papers. The blocks are each classroom, admin office, media center, art room, on and on. So that's kind of how we played with this model, and what we came up with is on the right. So that is our schematic site plan. And as you can see, the carpool and the bus entrances are separate, but they all come to the bottom right of the school and come in there. You can see the K2 play, the 3-5 play, but then a shared large open space multi-purpose lawn in the back. So, and this is just schematic. I'm sure we'll have turn lanes from DOT. We'll have some other things, but this is pretty close to what we are anticipating our site plan to look like. All right, so here's the building. Bottom right is the entrances, admin office, and all. The purple box to the left of that's the media center. And y'all I passed these out, but and so down the left side is the pre-K, the pre-K and the kindergarten hall. A couple of self-contained classes. Up at the top is the first grade wing. A couple more self-contained, but then you'll see kind of that common core area that has the gym, the dining, the stage for awards and play. Off on the right is the kitchen and the music and arts and all of that. This is a two-story plan. So as you can see here on the bottom left is the 2-3 hall up on the second floor. The top is the 4-5 wing. But what I really like about this, well, we really like about this plan is you can see the common core area with the X's. That means it's open, like open from above. So if you're walking down that hall above, you're still part of the school. You're not off in a wing, and you can see down below like what's going on. So it's a real connected feel. You're never too far separated from the main area of the school. Plus, it's consolidated into one kind of tighter footprint. So, kind of ramble through that pretty quick. Is there any questions? Anything I skipped over? Or questions? Yes, sir.
Because I know my kid, and I know what he would do. The open to below area, there's no way these kids can get hurt, right?
No.
I know my kid.
Kids are kids, but no, we'll definitely have rails. Definitely, like, yeah, yes.
As a former
absolutely.
physical education teacher, I would question having it open from the gym up to the second floor, but that's just me because of the noise traveling upstairs. This is just a design right now, but
if you
whatever.
think about how Thanksgiving is, there's that sliding wall to soundproof, and also that is actually there's a divider wall, so it can be closed during class.
I'm talking about the sound going up.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
You have it open, right?
Mm-hmm.
The gym's down here. It's open all the way to the second floor.
Yes.
You got classes on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just as
That's
much
great.
I'm
That's
just
a great.
thinking of noise, traffic.
Great
noise
comment.
in the gym, balls bouncing, everything else. Who's gonna hear them on the second floor?
How many students is this gonna be?
Around 950.
I see we got one elevator. Is one elevator sufficient? That's all I can see is one E on there.
It's in the central area, so obviously would be encouraging students and staff to use the stairs, but it's available.
Elevator wise, I think we only got one occurring holders for, I mean, I think that's isn't that pretty common for schools to have one elevator?
Yes.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that's just what they, nobody uses it except the, the kids that have to use it. The kids that can't walk the steps.
I don't see staff bathrooms on here. And then the upstairs, I'm assuming that the bathrooms on the second wing, those are toilets by the staircase. It's not marked.
Right. So the gray tees are staff bathrooms.
Where are the toilets for the kids on the second story?
That they have large toilets. It's the gray one in the center. The gray, there's two T's and then like a gray box. Those are group bathrooms.
So you just told me the staff ones were the gray ones. So where's the staff bathrooms?
It's so the staff is in the front and then behind is all the student toilets. Do you
They're
see
in the
that?
same area?
Same area.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now I'll get started with the business part of it. My first action item is the old gym roof and canopy project at Clayton High School. This will replace the roof on the old gym and also remove the old chimney and replace the very bulky brick column canopies between the old gym and the newish two-story wing. We are requesting approval for the low bid from Southern Metal Roofing Systems of Wendell for a contract amount of $792,000 and the contingency of $50,000 as well for any unforeseen issues. This is a capital funded project.
Okay, do I have a motion to accept this bid?
So moved.
Got a motion by Mr. Johnson and a second by Mr. Tippett. Any discussion?
Is this roof going to be, there's talk about another bond measure that would renovate Clayton High School, tear down Clayton High School, all kinds of proposals happening over there. Is this a building that's going to be existing after a renovation?
That is the plan. Yes, ma'am.
Old gym, I thought it's hooked onto the main
It is.
building, right? Yeah.
It is. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a renovation, I don't know if you have any renovation plans, that right now that gym is kind of used as just a flex space. Kids come and play basketball and just,
Right.
there's no real use for it. What use do you see moving forward for it?
So the thought was just to preserve some part of the very original Clayton High. So the old gym was perfect for that. So from those plans that were shared last week, the old gym and that little area there was actually shown to be renovated, and everything towards 70 Highway from there was demolished and rebuilt. But those
Is that
very-
space, so I apologize for missing that that meeting on the 7th. I compelled Mr. Carroll to please move the meeting. I had out-of-state obligations I could not get out of, and like I said, went back and forth with Mr. Carroll and pleaded for him to please move that meeting, and he denied that request. So I was not,
It was denied because it was given to us from the staff at the school, the 2 dates, and we, the 7th met everybody else's time frame, especially from the school.
I was never asked my schedule. I was just told that they were going to have a meeting on the 7th. That's all that was asked, and we need to be more cordial with each other, especially if we expect each other to be at the meetings, that's all, and consult with each other's schedules. But that's beyond this point. My whole point is that apparently there was quite a few plans that were laid out, and I didn't hear them, so I don't know what they are, so I apologize for that. Is the existing gym going to be then filled in? So there's like 4 or 5 steps down into that gym. Is the proposal that it would be floored over or brought up, made into, what would it be made into?
I mean, we're in very preliminary plans with that, but I'm certain like we can work through those concerns with the design team when the project is funded and underway.
And then this roof, does it have hips or connects to other portions of the roof that would be a problem if we renovated other areas of the building that we need to be concerned about right now?
It would not. This is A-frame roof that is up higher than everything else around it, so easily could be tied into underneath. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other discussion? I have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the Clayton High Old Gym Roof and Canopy Replacement, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? 7-0, okay.
Okay. My next item is the Princeton High and Micro Elementary window replacement project. So at Micro, we would replace the single pane windows in the old gym, and at Princeton High, we would replace the front facade doors and windows that have also lost their vapor seal on the two-story building, also on the media center and the lobby for the old gym entrance. Replacing these would drastically improve the thermal efficiency of the building envelope and improve the indoor air quality. Request is to approve a contract with the low bid Waters Contracting Company of Bogue, NC for $683,000, and we would like a contingency of $50,000 for any unforeseen issues. And this is a ESSER funded project.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to accept this proposal.
So moved.
Well, I got everybody saying it now. Okay. Mr. Johnston, you won. Who's second? Okay, Mr. Donovan second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the window replacement?
Before we vote, the drastic difference between the two bids, is it just one company that didn't want it and just gave us a bid, and if we get it, then we got icing on the cake, or?
Right.
I mean, it's a big discrepancy in the two different bids.
So, right, great question. And what we have here is the subject of a re-advertisement. So we couldn't open it the first time with 2 bidders, so we re-advertise, and these are the same 2 bidders.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call for the, hearing no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the window replacement at Princeton High, and this also includes Micro Elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All those please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And we're going to move to the paving and repairs, correct, with the?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, item 3 is tabled till next time.
Okay. Item C3, My Kids Club request for easement.
Ms. Andrews, before we get started, I'd make a motion that we table that for next meeting.
Okay. I have a motion to table item C3. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion? Ma'am? Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. All those in favor of tabling the My Kids Club request for easement to the next meeting, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0. Okay, I'm sorry, 6-0. All right, now you can go on. I'm sorry.
Okay. My next project is the paving and repairs project at multiple campuses. So the first one is pavement repairs and subgrade repairs to the entrance and perimeter loop at West Johnston High School. And then after that would be to add a 1.5 inch asphalt overlay to increase that structural profile of that border loop. It's not thick enough for buses and trash trucks and stuff on it, so I'm adding that in there. Also, the main, well, not the main, but all the remaining parking lots and asphalt surfacing at that point, parking areas, all of that would receive a premium seal coat. So what that is not just your typical tack seal coat. There's like sand and other mixtures added to make it more of a lasting premium seal coat, and then striping the parking lines. Also with this is some work at McGee's Crossroads in the bus parking lot, and that drive is to add a 1.5 inch asphalt overlay to that. And the third school for this is some more asphalt repairs in the bus drive at the Riverwood Elementary and Middle, so to make those repairs, and then add the 1.5 inch lift there as well to increase that structural profile of that pavement. So we did have bid options for each item. So the first one would be to award the low bid for West Johnston High School to RDU Paving, which is who paved South Johnston last year, for a contract amount of $505,600, with the contingency of $50,000, just to cover any additional subgrade repairs and stuff. But then a separate bidder, Daniels Incorporated of Garner, was the low bid for both McGee's Crossroads and Riverwood projects for a total contract of $162,269.05, and also a contingency of $30,000 there. And this is a capital funded project. Given the asphalt industry and the market and stuff, I had $1,347,000, and we're spending a total of about $672.
And that's from last year's
Capital
capital.
funds, yes, ma'am.
And so we're well within budget on that. We aren't going to go
Well
over.
within.
Are there any other construction things happening over at West? I'm asking the question because I don't want to do $500,000 worth of concrete and asphalt repairing and then bring a bunch of construction vehicles, cranes, whatnot, over there and destroy the pavement.
Not at West Johnston, no, ma'am.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion for approval of this bid, or these bids. So Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Carroll. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the paving and repair projects at multiple campuses, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? 7-0.
One more
Madam,
item.
may I ask a question? With the, we've had the issue of the 5 or 6 middle schools that were never given bleacher seats. Is it possible that we could allocate some of the savings to complete those projects so those folks would have a place to sit when they have these functions?
So that was on this year's capital request. Forget 300-ish thousand or something, but.
Are you talking about like savings from these projects now going to fund that?
Yes,
I think that would require an additional motion for an expenditure. Am I right, Ms. Cornetto?
I understand that, but we will have like $600-some thousand savings here. Is that right?
Well,
But my question is, you know, I would love to make that motion, but I wanted to make sure it's an appropriate thing to do, that, you know, I don't know how many years these middle schools have been without
Right.
these bleachers, and it is an issue and a problem.
Ever since they were built, and I mean, we could do more paving, we could do bleachers. I take direction from the 8 bosses sitting right here.
Well, you would have to have, we would have to have a concrete plan of what, Dr. Bracy was clear, he got one boss, So,
Yeah.
we would need a more concrete plan of what schools would get the bleachers and stuff, absolutely.
Didn't you say it was an
Wonder if
upcoming?
you could bring to us that information, what schools are without and what the cost would actually be. I think I understand it's around
Well,
$500,000.
it's in our proposal, in our budget.
Yeah.
It's in our budget that we've
Sure.
sent to the commissioners, but could you bring that back in the June 30th meeting?
Well, you're talking to the consultant that did the paving project that would also do the bleacher project. So I'll keep my feed the same, and I'll bring that next meeting.
Yeah, to be underbid that much. Yeah.
I think,
that's
we-
a
yeah,
potent
I think
possibility.
that we need to be very careful and use trepidation as we move forward on capital projects. We know that Rick Hester has only approved $3 million of the $10 million ask. So we need to prioritize very, very carefully what we are going to use this extra money for, and it may not be, bleachers may not be the best use of those funds at this moment. I would hesitate to pass that and then have serious problems moving forward, and that is a commissioner issue, of course, but one that we have to live with.
No, and I think on that, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. The proposed budget's out there, so my suggestion is we wait to see what is approved, because like we already have bleachers in that budget proposal. See if that's approved and what's approved. Because quite frankly, I'd rather take the extra money and put them on playgrounds for elementary schools. So we'll argue about where it goes, okay?
Okay. We'll have you come back and we'll discuss that
Okay.
again. Okay, your last thing.
All right, my last thing is the lease renewal for this fiscal year with Box Modular, formerly Vanguard Modular. We do currently lease 72 mobile classroom units from them, which makes up our entire fleet of mobiles at schools of 187 units, which fulfill our school capacity needs. The request is for a lease extension for an amount of $437,280, and this is from local funds, facilities, mobile unit rentals budget code.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Johnston. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion?
Another true example of us needing to build more schools. Our children don't need to be in mobile units.
Exactly.
Well, how are our current, I saw on this agenda, it's someplace we are moving mobiles off of one campus and onto McGee's. I want to say McGee's Middle is where we're moving them to.
Yes, ma'am.
When I visited my schools and I've talked to them about the mobile units, there's a few schools that have students in them. Most of them are using for staff.
Mm-hmm.
How many of these units are actually housing children and students?
So that is a good point, because we do have some that we have identified to take off lease and turn in.
So was 72 the minimized number, or how many are we taking out?
So that is still being discussed as far as like allotments and how principals have staffing plans and stuff. So this is more of a not to exceed request that will be trimmed as allotments and staffing and teachers are hired and all of that plays out over the summer.
And let me add to that, our staff don't need to be in the mobiles. It's a safety issue.
So you're saying it would be no more than 72? Is that what you're saying for this?
Right.
This renewal? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the box modular lease renewal for 23-24, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, thank you. Mr. Ventrano.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening again, board members. On behalf of Dr. Bracy, I bring to you 4 different administrative recommendations or categories of administrative recommendations. First, to serve as principal at North Johnston High School, a 2-year contract for Miss Belinda Proctor.
I have the sheet in front of me, so that's the only one you're presenting. That's the first group.
For that,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't have it. I don't. Okay, that's is an action item. I will entertain a motion for the approval of this position or this person to this position.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Carroll. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? 7-0.
Thank you. Next, to serve as interim principal, effective July 1, Mr. David Hawks, to serve as interim principal at Westview Elementary. And board members, just so all the pieces you'll understand, and I know board members know this, but for those who may be listening, this doesn't require board action, but Ms. Mangum, current principal at Westview Elementary, is transitioning to principal at Cleveland Middle. So that's why we're coming to you this evening asking for Mr. David Hawks to be named interim principal.
Okay, so this is the vote for Mr. Hawks at
Correct.
Westview. I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of this move with Mr. Hawks to Westview Elementary, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
All right, next, assistant principals. These are 2-year contracts beginning July 1, and there are 4 of these. Michelle Disney, Corinth Holders High School. Tasha Poulin, Archer Lodge Middle. Emily Rose, Princeton Middle High School. Christina Thompson, Swift Creek Middle.
Okay, this action item, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Donovan, second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 7-0.
All right, and then last, 2 central administrators, 2-year contracts effective July 1. Angela Gerganis, beginning teacher support coordinator, and Elizabeth Phillips, testing coordinator.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve these 2.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 7-0.
Thank you. Those are all
Thank-
my items.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce. Oh, can we give us a 5-minute break, Dr. Pierce? You knew that was coming. I just keep on going, but they have to tell me to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank y'all for your patience. But we appreciate you waiting, and he's in the doorway. So we ready? Mr. Donovan, we ready? Okay.
Night. Hello. I'm just wishful thinking. All right. This afternoon, myself and Ms. Lawson, we're here to present to you all the option for applying for CEP, which stands for Community Eligibility Provisions. Community eligibility allows high-need schools to offer breakfast and lunch to all of our students at no cost. Ms. Lawson, who is our expert here, is going to give you a presentation, and only thing I'm going to ask you, you're going to have a lot of questions. If you could wait to the very end, a lot of them may get answered along the way, all right? And then we'll answer questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of our board, and Dr. Bracy. I'm here this evening to present a recommendation for the school nutrition services to participate in the Community Eligibility Provision, also known as CEP, for the 23-24 school year. So what exactly is CEP? It allows students to offer, or schools to offer breakfast and lunch to all students at the qualifying sites at no cost to the household. The program is established using directly certified student data, and this is a file that is pulled down from the state on April 1st. Therefore, it does not take into consideration any paper or electronic meal benefit applications that are collected and processed by the school nutrition office. This program does operate on a 4-year cycle, but we are able to elect out if we determine that the program does not meet our needs when we reevaluate each April. But we are able to stay the course for the next 4 school years based off of this past year's pulled data. So this would be our reauthorizing year. In order to qualify for district-wide CEP, the LEA must be at a minimum identified student percentage, known as ISP, at least 40%. So unfortunately, our district, our ISP is at 36.79% right now, and so that does not allow our district to extend meals at no cost to all of our sites. But the great news is that even though we are not able to qualify for district-wide CEP, we are able to group schools in order to provide the benefit of meals at no cost to as many Johnston County public school students as possible. So this slide shows exactly how the identified student percentage is calculated, and the amount of identified students is divided by the amount of enrolled students, and then it's multiplied by 100 to get that ISP. And again, that ISP must be at least 40% minimum in order to qualify, either by site or when we group them together. So who are those identified students that make up that figure? These are children that are directly certified for free meals through that data matching that's pulled in April. And those students are identified through programs like SNAP, TANF, FDPAR. It includes extended eligible students. And again, that's pulled from that direct certification matching system. We also take into consideration homeless, migrant, enrolled in Head Start and foster care. So here is the example of the if you have a student or a school at 50% ISP, and we're multiplying by that 1.6 multiply factor, 80% of those breakfasts and lunches are going to be reimbursed at the free reimbursable rate, but the remaining 20% are going to be reimbursed at the paid rate. And that 1.6 multiplier is regulated by USDA. This slide shows a breakdown of the reimbursement claim based on the ISP. So as you can see, the higher the ISP, the higher the percentage of the students that are claimed at the free reimbursement rate, thus increasing the revenue. So let's discuss about the benefits of CEP for our district. So it will allow the school nutrition program to capture more participation. So we saw this during 21-22 school year when meals were free to all students, and we hope to be able to capture that participation again. It eliminates the stigma of having to submit a meal benefit application. So we know that there are households that may not be able to submit an application or may not want to reach out for government assistance. And so this would eliminate the need for that. But at the end of the day, we know that that student really does need that benefit and may very well qualify for that benefit. The current income threshold is very low in order to qualify for meal benefits. It has historically not kept up with inflation, so this program could be a game changer for households that sit just above that income threshold and may not otherwise qualify for meal benefits. Now, there are, of course, some possible disadvantages. Let me go back. I left out a few for you of the advantages. And although eligibility statuses are confidential, we would no longer be labeling the student with a status because all of those students are now going to be free. So the program would reduce administrative paperwork for our office by no longer requiring the school nutrition program to process meal benefit applications for the entire district, although we would still be processing applications for the 5 sites that I'll discuss further in my presentation. It may increase a la carte sales, so if households are having to provide money or no longer having to provide money for meals, they may be able to provide $1 here or there for additional snacks, thus increasing revenue to be placed right back into our program. It does not negatively impact Title I or E-rate, and it eliminates the need to act as a collection agency. So currently we are at the meal charge debt was $156,957.75 during the first semester of school. And as of May 24th, there was an additional $67,196 of meal student debt. That's a total of $224,153.75 of unpaid student meal debt. It is important to note that per federal guidelines, the school nutrition program is not able to absorb that cost and often has to be paid back to the school nutrition program from general funds. So now to possible disadvantages of CEP. So as just with everything, there are some financial concerns associated with it. The school district, again, must be able to cover with non-federal funds any costs of providing meals to students that exceed that federal reimbursement rate. Meaning, so when we talk about factoring in the cost of labor, food supplies, and the overhead cost associated with producing that meal, it should not cost more than the amount received from that USDA reimbursement. And of course, there are things that we will continue to evaluate and monitor as the school year goes on to make sure that we are financially stable, because we can pivot and make adjustments to make sure that that doesn't happen. And then there is there's some potential confusion amongst households that have several students in the school system, because you could have a student attending a CEP site and a student not attending a CEP site. So the history here in Johnston County, we've had 5 participating sites on CEP program, and those CEP sites have the highest ISPs, which has helped bring that ISP up as we group. So because Johnston County does not qualify for district-wide CEP, the goal was to capture as many schools as possible at that ISP minimum of 40%. Therefore, our recommendation this evening for the 23-24 school year is to group as many sites as possible in a pilot program, except 5 schools that did not allow us to be able to meet that 40% minimum. Those sites are Clayton High, Cleveland Elementary, Cleveland High, Corinth Holders High, and Powhatan Elementary. Our district will still accept and process meal benefit applications for those 5 sites. So households will still have that opportunity to qualify for an eligibility status, so they still would have that the possibility of having a free, reduced, or paid meal. So by using this method, we are able to provide meals at no cost for breakfast and lunch to all of those students at all of those sites, with the exception of the 5 that I just listed, at the 40% minimum ISP, What that means for our district is that 64% of those meals are going to be reimbursed at that free rate, and 36% of those meals will be reimbursed at the paid rate. Based on a financial forecast with an estimated 20% increase in participation, and we were conservative when we built this model, 20% increase at breakfast and lunch using the same operation model that we currently have, meaning breakfast is currently served in the cafe service line only. We would see an estimated around $1.1 million decrease in reimbursement if the district does elect CEP versus traditional for all of those proposed sites. Now, before you fall out of your chair, because I almost did too when I did the forecast model, I do want to point out that with our discussion last week, we do have the district's support, and I do feel confident that we will be able to see a much higher increase in breakfast participation. We have discussed several options throughout the district, including a grab-and-go, breakfast in the classroom, and possibly a second chance breakfast in high schools. So we have a plan to implement, and we would like to see that participation increase through those methods. In the event that there are financial losses, the district does have a plan to use ESSER funds and/or vacancy savings to cover the pilot program during that first year of implementation. And again, that's only if needed. And of course, we're going to be able to reevaluate the program in April of 2024 to determine the sustainability of it. So again, if this is something that we don't feel is good for Johnston County, we can reevaluate and elect to remove the CEP status. So I appreciate your time this evening, and I would now like to open the floor for any questions or commentary.
Just, if you don't mind, just real quick, just remember that school nutrition is its own business. So we will monitor and adjust every month. So if we see a loss, we can change real quick and monitor and adjust. I just want to make sure that point's there.
And I think as we talked earlier, last week whenever, the program is dependent on participation. And if as long as we increase participation, then we're good to go. And when you mention the grab bags, it's making sure the students are getting that when they get off the bus. As they go in those doors, they're getting lunch. Getting breakfast. And the same way for lunch, you're increasing kids to, you may bring you can still bring your own lunch and get your tray and eat what you want off of it. Now, obviously you don't want food thrown away, but that's what's going to happen. And we know that's what's going to happen with this program. It's going to happen. But that's one of the negatives to come with what I think is a very good positive.
To increase the amount of kids that do participate, we've got to have foods that they're willing to eat. Is there any ties to certain foods that we have to serve or anything like that?
So just so you all know, every picture in this PowerPoint is food that is served in our cafeteria. Our food has changed drastically. We no longer have to go to Clip Art for food. You want to eat there too. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that. All right? That has not currently been a problem.
So just dreaming here, what would it cost? Reimbursement is federal, you're speaking of, but what would it cost to implement a district-wide CEP? I know we don't qualify for the reimbursement, but that may be a question that I won't say is out of line, but maybe you're unprepared for. But what would be a tentative, maybe an estimated cost that it would be for like a district-wide CEP?
I don't have those figures in front of me. I can get that for you, but the district would have to pick up the cost of those other 5 schools.
Yeah, I'm very ignorant to what it would be, so that's why I'm asking. And I know we've talked about it before.
It would be every student that didn't qualify for free lunch and part of the reduced lunch, and then one who didn't qualify for either one.
Because you mentioned the threshold. Yeah, you mentioned the threshold of income, and like 8-9 years ago, you might be doing okay if you were making $40,000 a year. Now that changes, so that threshold deviates, and then who's to say? With debt to income ratio, people face financial hardships. If you move it to $55,000, now $56,000 a year is the new poor, if that makes sense. So, I would like to see, just an exploration of funding for like a district-wide, CEP. I think that would benefit obviously all kids. So
We can get that for you.
What is you said in there, usually the free and reduced lunch application is tied to your Title I funding, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're not doing application, and it said that it wouldn't implicate our Title I sourcing. So how does that work?
So we have been told that there is absolutely no fund, it will not change the amount of funds we receive as a district. The only thing that it changes is how funds may need to be allocated per school. The model is done on ADM versus any other way. That's the only change that I'm aware of. Correct, Dr. King?
So there's no implication to our Title I funding on this whatsoever, because we're not making application?
No other cuts to any other funding.
And the other schools get to turn in their free and reduced lunch applications, so those students will still have their lunches covered, the ones that meet the threshold poverty line set by the federal government, which does change and adjust.
When you mentioned the stigma on kids turning in the forms, they're not going to turn in forms for this, right?
That's correct.
So they'll be identified through data matching. How does that, how do you know you're not missing a kid? How does that work?
We've already pulled that data in April, and that's what qualifies our district for this. So now that that's been identified, we've already submitted the application to the state. And so once we're approved, now that site is on CEP, and so there are no other applications to process. There's no other administrative work associated with that. That building is qualified for CEP, so all of those students will receive breakfast and lunch at no cost.
I think the question is, how do they know this information about families? This is pretty...
How do you know what the salaries are and how do you
Okay,
know?
I see. Yes. So at our point of sale, every student has a unique identifier, and so that will be associated with the student, and so that they know that that student is part of that CEP program.
But how do you
I
know
think
to
the
put-
question is, how do you know that a child comes from a family that would qualify for TAMP benefits if they aren't receiving them, or would qualify for...
That is a state-generated report that we pulled in April.
So you're aware if a kid is migrant, foster care, homeless, any SNAP benefits, anything, just from a report from the state?
Based on what they applied for, though, through the state, then the
Yes.
state gives us.
Right,
report.
so the families had to have made application.
Yes.
They don't just go data mine families.
The families
Okay.
apply for the
No.
benefits, then they share with us who we have that get those benefits, and that lunch number.
So potentially, we could have more students that actually qualify for these things, and they're not receiving benefit for them. And this program would close that gap.
So every year, we have students who do not turn in free and reduced lunch applications that would qualify, so yes.
So would you just make a blanket announcement, I guess, to the student population of all schools except the 5 exceptions that you get free meal here?
We would do a communication blitz, our principals, everyone. This would be, as a former principal, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, this would be an exciting announcement at orientation if it was one of my schools, because the headache sometimes that teachers and administrators go through with getting lunch and money and what have you. And so, yes, we will do PR at our information fairs that we have this summer, and then we would also bring it out at orientations and in our gazettes.
I can't remember from last week, but if the 5 schools that don't qualify, if we increase their applications for free and reduced and that's approved, would those 5 schools be able to join? What was the, how can we get those 5 schools in? I can't remember what the answer to that question was.
It's all based off if those households qualify for SNAP or these programs that they're applying for, because that information comes through that data matching. So it has nothing to do, unfortunately, with the application process through our office.
To group them, we would have to get to 40% though as a district, and we're at 36.79. So it's possible that could happen.
So if I'm a parent and I see this, I go, wait, well, I just don't really have to fill out any forms. Why am I going to fill out a Title I form?
So they wouldn't fill out a Title I form. It's a meal benefit, and most likely they're receiving other services, and that's why they're filling that out. So once again, we get this information from someone else to us, if that makes sense. The meal benefit form every year would have been for those who don't receive any of those benefits.
Would this potentially reduce the Title I schools so the money can be spread differently?
They have told us, I've asked that question a million times, I feel like by now, and we've been told every time that it does not decrease the amount of funding that we receive. The only funding change is by ADM, is how schools will be allocated money. So a school that has more students in it, ADM-wise, may get more Title I funds than a school that has less students in it. That's the only difference, ADM funding. But we get the same pot as a district.
It's so when you have up on your little presentation, it said that there's a $1.1 million shortfall possible. Explain to us why would we have a decrease in reimbursement if everyone's participating?
Because that reimbursement is different, that rate. So there is a reimbursement rate for free, reduced, and paid. We're eliminating that reduced rate and we're moving only to free and paid rate. That paid rate is such a lower rate that we may not have as much. And this model was forecasted based off of 22-23 reimbursement rates because those 23-24 reimbursement rates have not yet been put out by USDA at this time.
Do you know what the meal price reimbursement rate difference between a paid and a free is?
I do. For the 22-23 school year, the breakfast free rate was $2.26. A breakfast paid reimbursement was 50 cents. For lunch, a reimbursement for free was $4.35, and for a paid student, we received 79 cents. I have to take 40% of that to put towards food. So you can imagine I'm putting together 5 components on a plate for a little bit over $1.
Any other questions?
This is an action item, so I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Wooten, a second by Mr. Johnson. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote, acceptance of the CEP proposal. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you to Jennifer and the entire school nutrition assistant team. They've done a phenomenal job this year and finishing up the year. So next on my list, I have Exhibit E2, I believe is what I have, and that is the Choice Plus additional grade levels. General Statute 115C gives the authority for establishing an alternative learning program to the local boards of education. Johnston County Public Schools is currently operating an alternative learning school for grade 6-12 students, which is Choice Plus Academy. Our recommendation this afternoon is that, and what we are asking is that we request that you approve to make Choice Plus Academy available for students in grades K-12 by adding grades K-5. Currently, we would serve those students virtually if needed, but we just want to have the availability of that being a K-12 school if it was needed, and that's why we're making that recommendation.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
A motion by Mr. Tippett, second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion?
Do we have the room to add these kids at
So
the
we
current
would
Choice
serve
Plus?
those students virtually if it was needed.
Kindergarten?
If it was needed in an alternative setting, yes.
I think what we said was the kids that is affecting, the services they're getting would not be changed.
Yeah, so
But some of 'em are homebound.
if they needed in-person services, such as homebound services or what have you, they may still receive in-person services, yes.
This is a program that's typically an alternative program for students that are struggling behaviorally, not necessarily academically. Is this the best choice for young students, kindergarten, first, second, third grade? And even if we're putting them virtual, is that the best space for them? We do have Virtual Academy too, but I think we can't really move kids in and out of that space like we can with Choice. So when we talk about placements, like there was a parent that came here tonight and spoke about her family has health needs, so having her children virtual is important to her. So those are different type of circumstance than a child that would be placed inside of a choice program. I have serious concerns that a choice program child that is that young would get effective service virtually.
Any other, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask Terry, being in a classroom with, I mean, you were the closest to this on the board. I can't think of anybody else that maybe Lynn have some expertise. Can you maybe explain to me, or Dr. Pierce explain to me the benefit of something like this? Like, give me an example. I guess what I was talking with Mr. King or Dr. King before. Give me an example of a student.
I think a thing to remember for this Choice Academy is it's set up now. It's not an alternative school in terms of behavior. Is what he said, because we got kids going there by choice now, and that's the issue that this board has to address, and that's one of the issues as we look at our student code of conduct that we have to address. Why we push that back, because that's what Choice Academy is. It's not only behavioral issues any longer. Should it be? I don't know. That's open for discussion, and that's what the board. That's what I hope we can put it on our retreat that we do in there. But like you're saying, when I was at South Campus, we had elementary school kids there for behavioral reasons, so it wasn't uncommon. Now, what we're talking about here is different than that. Again, because you're talking about kids that are there may be some homebound kids.
So currently, board, we don't have the option as a district for any students that's in kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, or fifth grade to serve them anywhere for certain needs except for virtual or homebound. By doing this, you're opening the door that you could eventually, with available space, serve them at an alternative school setting in person if you like. But currently, we don't have that option as a district because we only have a 6-12 alternative school currently. So that is the whole purpose, is to give us the option, if needed, to be able to serve students K-5.
And I don't have a problem with it in person. I'm struggling with the virtual part. That's the part that I'm struggling with.
I would say to you, I think that our initial response right now, virtual, is because we all know of the space issues that we have at Choice Plus Academy. And I think the question would be, and I don't have this answer, the question would be, would we want kindergarten students in the same building as 12th grade students?
Of course not.
And so I think for the immediate answer, that's why we said virtual would be the option.
We're seeing these kids can come here as just because they want to, though. There's no
It's two things.
reason?
They can come for choice, or they can be sent in lieu of long-term suspension. There's a double purpose. Am I correct, Dr. Pierce?
So by policy, we have and by state board policy, we have to offer an alternative education model for students that are long-term suspended from school. So in lieu of long-term suspension, that's one model. Our Choice Plus model originally was set up for students who wanted a non-traditional setting, that in their high school setting or middle school setting, they were not being effective. And when they went to this setting, they felt like they had the supports that they needed to be effective in a non-traditional setting. And so they chose to go there because they felt like they got the support that they needed. I don't have numbers for you, but I know that has happened. We've had students go to Choice Plus Academy. Once they get there, they're like, I don't want to go back to my high school. I've been successful. I just want to graduate. And so they choose to stay there. And so that's why that choice component was put there for kids, because if they saw a route to graduation, we wanted them to stay on it.
And I think the issue is just to put those K-5 kids under the choice umbrella to have the opportunity to offer services, because right now the only choice is virtual in many cases. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but for K-5, that if they're, is their situation.
Alternative setting for K-5 students in Johnston, yeah.
So I think by putting it under the umbrella of choices, you are at least given the opportunity to say, hey, what can we do? That's my...
In my conversations with our several of our elementary principals, they desperately think this is needed, that we expand this opportunity for some of our students. I've only had a couple of conversations, but that's just their feedback.
How many students do you think this will actually serve at that level?
I'd hate to give you a number and be over, under. Let me just say this. We have had situations of mass violence that have been credible, that we need options. And it's unfortunate in this day and age, but we have to be aware of that's where the climate is. So I'd hate to give you a number.
We've had
They're
elementary.
under 100 students.
Oh, definitely, I would say that.
Under 50 students.
I don't know whether I can give you
Okay,
that
so,
answer or not.
okay, so it's in that range. It's
I would
very
think
few
it would-
students
I
that
would
actually.
think it would be, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about. I just think it's an option perhaps we need to have available. It's just what I've heard.
And it's not the ideal option, and that's why I think this board has some work to do in that area about where we're gonna house a truly alternative schools, and if we wanna have a choice, academy, but I think we've gotta decide what we're gonna do with a truly alternative school setting.
No, we can't continue with work choices right now. That is an inadequate space for those students. And if we're adding students to them who we want to bring in person, they need in-person instruction. We cannot continue at what we are currently doing.
But this would allow Choice Plus Academy to be K-12.
It just allows, the school number would allow K through
K-12.
12 students to be enrolled under that
Right.
school number, yes.
Okay.
Do we have the staff to cover that additional K-5?
So the way Choice starts out every year is it's a very low number, and we hire staff as they are needed. So hopefully that answered.
It would be our responsibility to have the staff.
Yes, it would be, yes.
I agree. I just know how hard it is to grab some teachers right now.
And there's a
So-
base core group of staff there. But if things are needed, then they're hired.
Okay, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Donovan. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the Choice Plus additional grade levels of K-5, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
All right, the next item I have is gaggle, I believe, E3. Board members, this came to you last month, and you approved it, but we forgot to put the taxes on this. And so you approved the $196,000. It actually with taxes is $208,626.86. And so I felt it was just appropriate to bring it back to you all again to approve the total amount. And so that's why this is back on your agenda this month.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion?
I want to thank you for clearing that up because it was on 2 different spots and it had been here last month, so I was just looking for some answers on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further discussion? If none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 7-0, thank you.
The next item I have is SRO's contract. And so basically what I'm providing you is the MOUs and the contracts that have been worked out with our municipalities for our SROs. I would like to say, I'm very fortunate that most of our municipalities have picked up officers, to include the town of Princeton is covering our high school and our middle school and elementary, so they'll take 2. Town of Benson is doing the middle school and our elementary. Town of Selma is going to be a new municipality working with us, taking their middle school and elementary school. Town of Clayton is going to continue, but they'll do 7. Town of Four Oaks will do elementary and middle, and then Wilson Mills will do 1 at the elementary school. And so outside of maybe cost change and an MOU to get us through more than 1 year, the total allocation of these municipalities for the cost of SROs before any grants or anything else kicks in is $1,056,123. And I will not get into what each grant is because high schools pay one rate, our grants pay another rate, and we get as much as $44,000 back in our current grant we have for an SRO in all of our buildings is one of the grants. So I do have that number.
Is that a typo for Town of Clayton?
I think it is. I think it's not Selma Elementary and,
That is a typo.
right. I think your memorandum is correct.
Yeah, that is for 7 officers, and they cover the high school, West Clayton, Clayton Middle, Powhatan, Cooper, Riverwood Elementary, and Riverwood Middle.
Did you say each SRO, the grant is 44 per SRO, 44,000?
So there's several
Middle
different
schools,
pots
okay.
of the funding that comes. There's a certain rate that's for high school, for at-risk funds. There's a certain rate for middle schools. There's a certain rate for the grants. But that is not our total cost on this.
And remind me, when, do we have a grant that expires this next year? Okay, and we need support from our continued support for this, and we hope from our General Assembly and everyone else who's helping us, because they've been great so far, but we need that to continue these services. Any other?
I was just wondering if that we have the funding allocated for the coming year for these officers to be in our schools, because that Safer Schools funding is ending, that grant is ending. Do you know that we have it?
Yes, I have been assured that we have the funding for the upcoming year, yes.
And it is part of our
It's
budget.
part of our budget request.
Right.
But I have been told that we have the funding, yes.
Okay, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Let's see, I got Mr. Wooten first and Mr. Johnston second. Any other discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor of the SRO contract, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
All right, and then the last item I have is board policy. There's 3 board policies: student dress code, student assignment, and school volunteers up for second read. So,
Okay, what I want to do, Dr. Pierce, if I can find my paper here, for the student dress code, what I would like before, I would like to add a statement or sentence to that first paragraph before the last sentence. That reads, personal hygiene concerns, including cleanliness and body odor, will be addressed on an individual basis through the Student Services Department at each school rather than as a dress code violation. With the purpose being, I want those students to be looked after, but I don't want there to be any chance that those students could be written up for a dress code violation for something they can't control. We still have students in this county with no running water. We've got kids that only have 2 pairs of pants to wear to school. And I'm not suggesting that we've had administrators do that. That's one of the reasons cleanliness was taken out. Some people have asked why cleanliness was taken out. That's one of the reasons cleanliness was taken out, was so that we can work with those kids. And in talking to some folks, I talked to someone over the weekend, and we had a very nice conversation about dress code. She didn't yell at me at all. But I think if we put that in there, we can take care of the cleanliness back in the policy, but not by not by disciplining that kid. So that's one of the areas. The other area that we have some concern about is when we did the chest to the mid thigh. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't know the fashion of these young girls. We looked at shoulders to mid thigh. I don't know if that means covering your entire shoulder. I'm told that they have some things I had to wear the sleeveless. I simply don't know. And the reason the chest to the mid thigh was simply to cover up everything. It was with non-see-through material, because I think I saw one high school where the young lady she was covered, but it was see-through material, which didn't help a whole lot. So that's why we went with mid chest. So that's where we are with that. Those are some concerns that some folks share with me, and that's the justification. But I do want to, if we can amend that one and add that one statement, because I think it is important to include cleanliness. And you can tell me what we need to do with that. Can we still vote on that, or we have to pull that policy?
I think you need to make it a motion to add this to this policy before you vote on it for second read.
That's
am I
correct.
correct?
It's 2 votes.
Yeah.
Would it be possible, I mean, we don't have school for the next couple of months, to get it back, get it the way you want it, then bring it back and vote on it at a later date? Yeah, I mean, instead of, kind of just doing it on the fly tonight and get it out there and then bring it back in June 30th, like Mike said.
June 30th is a possibility, but I wouldn't go much later than that for the preparation for next school year.
Is that would that fit the time frames for getting it in the whatever that paper publication is.
We could put it on Thursday's agenda.
But
We're talking about, I think he's talking about voting on it.
Yeah.
If we make,
Put on it by the end of June, we'll be able to get it.
okay, so we could vote on June 30th meeting.
But
But-
tonight would be a motion to table that dress code policy to bring it back on the 30th.
Right, but we still have the right to add that statement in. Okay.
Right, and that's my question to the board, because there were some issues, and the we as a board thing, that takes care of that cleanliness issue and body odor type thing, because I don't want a kid to be, again, I don't want a kid to be humiliated any more than they already are because they don't have some. I mean, if you've been a teacher, you bought deodorant, shampoo, taking clothes to school. I've had kids take showers in the locker room when there was no PE classes. So I get it, and that's why we took that out, and we were trying to be cognizant of that.
So,
You all are gonna add the statement but vote on it officially on June 30th, I think is what I hear.
So you would instruct Dr. Pierce to revise it, bring it back June 30th.
Correct. Are you all, are you,
do we need to have a motion and
Yes.
table the vote of it? Okay.
on
Madam
just
Chair,
dress
I-
code?
Okay,
Enter a motion to table this discussion, or
And-
table this vote.
until June 30th. I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Mr. Donovan. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. And all opposed likewise. Thank you.
Anything else? There was other two, if that's the only policy you had questions, yes.
We just pulled policy 4316.
4316, so they need to vote on the other two.
No, we pulled all the, we pulled all of them out. So now we are looking at policy 4150,
So now you would be voting on what's left on the exhibit 4150 and
5015.
Yes.
Entertain a motion to approve those policies.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
What's the main adjustment to those policies? Can you give us in the public, a general overview on what's being changed or?
The changes are in red for, excuse me just a second. For school assignment, the adjustment is Johnston County Public Schools will not do enroll students from private schools or charters effective June 13th. The policy is waived for enrolled students that are taking 2 classes face-to-face on Johnston County Public Schools campus. That's the only revision to that policy. And then school volunteers, there's a little more to this, but we've been advised that we should do more of a screening for those volunteers who do staff-like duties, and so we've added a level 3 volunteer step into our volunteer policy.
When we adjust and vote on this policy, and if we vote to affirm the change, you have the staff available and the resources ready to actually accomplish the level 3 volunteers.
I can tell you we're ready to launch it, yes. We've been preparing to launch it, yes, and so yes.
And the only thing I want to make sure that we know, that we recognize on that policy, it's the same format as substitute teachers, for example. We don't want to hold people up. So the superintendent, again, all the information will be there. If the superintendent will be able to prove that if we're between board meetings, so that you can get that person on the field or in the band room, whatever needs to be done. So, right. So know that is also in there, so that the superintendent has the authority to do that, just as you would with substitute teachers, and then the board will look at it at the next meeting.
You're saying that a level 3 volunteer can be approved prior to the board approving them?
Right, just so they could get started, because these people are working with bands and all kinds of other organizations. So I have a motion and a second. Yes, okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote of the approval of, this is board policy 4150 and 5015. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed likewise? Thank you. Okay, we added to our agenda discussion of the retesting practice that has taken place, and I will open the floor for discussion, but I'm going to tell you, we are going to keep this civil. We are all on the same team. We are here for the same purpose. It's going to stay in hand or it's going to stop. So I open the floor for discussion for any clarification or information.
Dr. King has stepped to the podium as, I mean, I guess he wants to be first in line.
It over to you, Dr. King.
Well, I would take issue with the idea of wants to be, but he certainly understands that he should be the first in line. Before I do that, I do want to share a couple of pieces of information. And first of all, let me thank my outstanding staff who are watching the board meeting and shared with me the information I promised you before I even asked for it. In terms of the Spanish edition books, we're ordering approximately 200 of them. We think that will be enough to cover the number of students who need them and enough to put a few aside in the warehouse as we need them going forward. In terms of the Math 180 conversation, I botched quite a few things. The program that is being replaced is Do the Math Now. All right, I was close. Do the Math Now. And again, we're replacing that program because it is no longer available to us to be purchased with Math 180. Math 180, we are purchasing licenses to use the software as well as workbooks. And HMH actually discourages having students only engage with the program online. So students will engage with the program online and via technology. We anticipate, we have allotted for and plan to purchase enough materials to serve approximately 700 students. All right. So I hope that answers all of the questions that I promised to answer, and be very clear that I'd be glad to answer any additional questions that come up for you all as we go forward. Any other questions about that?
Well, I thought you were up here for the remediation.
Thanks for
but-
getting that quick. Yeah, tell your staff that's watching, thank you for
I will.
that.
They take care of me. I appreciate them.
Appreciate that.
So, in terms of the remediation piece, we heard quite a few things tonight. And, you know, I want to start this conversation by saying, as I've said to a couple of board members, having been a high school teacher and a high school principal, you know, grading is kind of like the fourth rail for high school teachers. It is something that becomes very personal, and high school teachers do not take very kindly administrators stepping into that process. So we say that to say we know and we recognize that a process like this can become somewhat contentious. And I think in our planning for this process, we felt pretty calmly, pretty clearly that we had put in place some guide rails that we thought would help prevent that to the extent that we could. That having been said, we are here where we are tonight, and I do want to do a couple of things. I'm going to have some of our area superintendents come up and assist me in some of this conversation. And what I'd like to share with, what we're going to try to achieve, and y'all please bear with us because this was not a planned presentation. I'm flying off the seat of my pants here. What we're going to try to help you understand is what exactly was shared with principals in terms of what this practice would be. I'm going to talk a little bit about when it was shared with principals and when it would have been shared with teachers. We're going to also make an effort to address the issue of incentives at the elementary level as well. So I'm going to start there, and Ms. Waddington is going to come up and join me. I want to just say this. Incentives for elementary school students as it relates to ELG performance are as old and have been used as long as EOCs have existed. And I want to be very clear. You do not give kids incentives and say, you know, I'm giving you something to improve your grade. You give kids incentives to try to appeal to them to do their very best on the test. Now, I can tell you that I have seen over my 27 years in public education, I've seen principals and schools use
every kind of incentive imaginable. When I was an elementary principal, I would buy bicycles and line them up in the school office all year. And what we would say to our students is, you know, we had some specific expectations for them during their tests. You use the entire amount of time. You use the strategies that we ask you to use. You worked as hard as you could on that program, and you did the things that we asked you to do. You did all those things, your name got entered into a drawing for the incentive, right? And the kids whose names pulled out, you know, rode off on the last day of school with a bicycle, right? That was 20 some odd years ago. I had a colleague who partnered with Foot Locker. Every kid who scored a 3 or 4 on the test got on a bus and took a trip to the mall, and Foot Locker gave every one of those kids a pair of free sneakers. So use of incentives for elementary school students is not at all a new thing. And I want to be very clear. Again, one can agree or disagree with it as a structure. It is not, however, immoral, and it is not fraudulent, right? I certainly would be willing to accept anyone's suggestion that they don't like it or that they don't think it should happen. But there is much space between something that one does not believe should happen and something that is quote-unquote fraudulent. This is not a fraudulent practice. I'm going to offer an opportunity for Ms. Whittington to talk just a minute about the incentives that were offered in the processes for elementary school students.
Thank you, Dr. King. And like Dr. King said, it's not uncommon for years for elementary schools to offer incentives. We plan celebrations and rewards for students for hard work throughout the entire year. I mean, it's not just on this one assessment, but students work hard all year long to show that they can master their content for that grade level, and we want to reward them for that. Some of the things that have been done this year, and I, like Dr. King said, I was an elementary principal, and I did some of those same things as a principal. But to be explicit about this year in our school system, some examples of things that schools have done this year prior to the EOG, we did EOG prep rallies, we did EOG pep rallies. I mean, principals bought, things to offer as prizes to reward students for hard work. Teachers went over specifics, as Dr. King mentioned, like if you show your hard work, I want you to do your best. I want you to use all the strategies that we talked about throughout the entire year. And these are all methods and procedures. These are all methods and procedures that, and processes that just are put in place that we teach children to be successful, because that's what we're working for, is for them to be able to show everything that they've learned and everything that they know. And for elementary students, that means a lot. So some examples of, other than just the EOG prep rallies and prep rallies, is some principals offered glow parties, ice cream trucks, pizza trucks, sunset slushies, and then various drawings for bigger prizes like bicycles, AirPods, Kindle Fires that came with a free subscription to books for the entire year. Those were just a few things that they did prior to EOG. And as you know, the state changed. I wish we could still retest throughout the regular year, but we can't. And so trying to incentivize students to want to come back after school is over on their summer day to show mastery is daunting for some students and some families. So we did offer some incentives to entice students to come back on those days to get remediation again and to retest again to show their proficiency so they could feel successful about what they had worked so hard throughout the year. And some of those things, again, included for elementary, ice cream trucks for the day one when you come back for everyone who shows up, or a mystery prize bag for everybody who comes that day. I'm trying to think some of the other things. Let's see, mystery prize bag, pizza trucks, ice cream trucks, and then Also, we had drawings, some offered drawings every day too. So if you showed up, you got your name in a hat, and then you were just, your name was drawn out for whatever prize that school bought. The guidelines that were given for elementary were that for retesting is that you know your community, you know your school, and you know what works for your school. And I trust you to make a plan that would incentivize your kids to come back and do their best and be proficient. For some schools, you know, all it took was an ice cream truck and they were back. For others, it may be a little bit of a bigger drawing. So it was left specifically up to each school how they used the funds that we provided to them or offered to them to purchase things for that purpose.
Ms. Whittington, I know we keep making reference to these bigger drawings, and we're hearing like different things. I mean, so just asking from what I've been told, or what we've been emailed, or whatever. Was there money being given away?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
There was specific guidelines given out that said there would be absolutely no gift cards or no financial cash prizes or anything involved with that.
And just for,
And just to be clear, we worked through the finance office, and Ms. Lee is here tonight, and she provided me with a spreadsheet that listed all of the guidelines and all the process to be followed from every school to ensure that we followed proper guidelines for all of those purchases.
Okay, and keep in mind, I just want to clarify, I'm asking. So I know, I don't think you're taking it any other way, but I am asking. What was the highest item of value that would be given away? I mean, we're talking $500, $400, $1,000, $200, what are we talking?
So I know like a Kindle Fire is probably $99 to that, but I did see on some of the sheets that came back, it could have been as a PS5 possibly, and I think those are around $300 or $400 particularly. But most of the schools chose to get a lower priced item so they could give out more drawings for more students.
And to clarify, all the incentives were provided to students. Were any provided to adults?
No, sir. Not in elementary, to my knowledge.
just for clarification, where exactly did the money come from that paid for all of this? Just for clarification, and you may not be the one that answers that.
Yeah.
The schools paid for the items, they're submitting all the receipts to us for reimbursement, and it'll be paid from local funds, not to exceed $1,000 per school for everything.
Okay. And just to be clear, I don't have a problem with incentives.
Mm-hmm.
Getting the kids back in to retake the test is great. It creates energy.
Mm-hmm.
It tries to bring them back because
Mm-hmm.
most of the parents don't even want to send the kids back. They just want to go to summer and they just want to be
It's a
done.
parent choice and it's a parent decision.
So if you can get the kids back to retest, great. The incentive part isn't where I was having the issues.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think those incentives have been done forever. I mean, it was,
Mhm.
I mean, they've been there for everything. I mean, I remember you used to sell magazines way back when, and the class that sold the most magazines got a half day something, and you had, when you were in elementary school, you had the bouncy things in the gym, and
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
so
another
that's what's
example,
I don't
bouncy houses.
I don't have a right limousine. I don't have a problem with the incentives. I honestly didn't know that we were doing that in elementary because obviously the high schools caught all the headlines. But but incentives have been done forever. I mean that I don't, as I stated earlier, I don't have a problem with the incentives.
Mm-hmm.
How many
And-
hours of remediation are these children doing when they're coming back on those incentives?
We're required to do 2. We did most of our remediation on June the 9th, which was that Friday. So we're required to do 2 hours prior to retesting a student for any subject that they are retesting on.
So we're getting them back. We're going to do remediation for 2 hours
Mhm.
over a year's long worth of curriculum that they're being tested on, and think
Mhm.
that they're going to pass, and think that bringing them back with ice cream trucks is somehow going to benefit that kid. I'm more interested in what's benefiting the children. A 2-hour mediation and a retake of a test is not benefiting those children. It's not benefiting $1,000. It's not worth it.
You're
Why
talking,
are
But
we doing
I
you're
that?
talking
disagree.
about kids that are
I
short 4
I
or 5
disagree
points.
because if I come back and take that test and I pass it, that's a huge benefit to me as a child because I now am proficient at the work that I've been taught. Children miss these tests by 1 or 2 points. They may have a bad day on EOG. We, you know, when we don't succeed at some of our evaluations, get your driver's license, you fail it, you get to go back. Don't pass the bar exam, you get to go back and take it again. Don't pass your nursing state exam, you get to take it again. Why would we not give a child every chance? And we can always do more than 2 hours of remediation, but I have seen it with my own eyes. A kid who missed it by 1 point comes back and passes it by 5 or 6 points. It's a different day. It is not, for me as a child, me as a parent, when I can say my child was proficient, it's worth it. It's worth that day back or 2 days back. I mean, when you're saying it's not benefiting the child, I disagree.
I'm saying, I'm just questioning this whole process, okay? Because we have to understand that 2 weeks earlier, after a full year of training and intense training by these qualified teachers, that they are not proficient. And
But-
to think that a 2-hour remediation somehow is going to change that.
But a kid fails a driver's ed test, fails a driving test, they might go home and do nothing and come back and pass it.
And the 2
you know, we
hours of-
get second
But the
chances.
test is normed. Okay, a driver's test is dependent on a lot of different things.
Either one of the tests.
I'm just going to say
To
this.
clarify about the remediation, the 2 hours was required after school was out, but we could remediate once during the year too, after EOG was over.
I'll say this, the whole school year, and I know this because I've got kids in school, the pressure put on them to take this test is high. Once they take this test and they go, okay, I didn't do as good as I thought, but it wasn't as bad as I thought. If I go back, my anxiety might not be as high, and I can just retake it, and it might do better.
And I think if you've ever been employed as a public school teacher, I think you've seen kids just like she said come back. I mean, I've had kids who jump an entire level from the 2 hours remediation because it's actually more than 2 hours. The 2 hours.
A lot of times it's not the remediation, it's just a bad day. The kid had a bad day.
I mean, I've seen that from being a public school teacher through the years. You're going to see that. You're going to see that jump. And again, when I'm hearing this, I don't have a problem with incentives. I just want to make sure that when we're funding that we're not taking away from something else as we fund this. That's.
Yeah, I take no issue with the incentives, and just to go back, I think what Michelle's point is that, you know, I think she would like to see more than 2 hours. I mean, I think, you know, obviously anyone would, right? Say that again. Okay.
Yeah, it used
From
to
the
be
crowd, it
5
used to be
required.
5.
And I mean, it could be required 5 for Johnston County. But
Sure.
again,
Most of
she's
our-
saying that
Yeah,
remediation
most of our
started before June
students-
9th.
Most of our students got much more than 2 hours. The 2 hours is a minimum requirement from the state once the school year is over.
Yeah, and I think that the bigger thing, like, again, I don't care about the incentives. I think it's awesome if a kid gets a PS5. I mean, I'm an Xbox player myself, but whatever. So I think that I've heard the term grade inflation. All right, I mean, I've heard that term. You're all dressed really nice, and you're here to tell me why it's not grade inflation. So let's talk about that. Can you go into that?
So,
Does that clarify?
so
She's just elementary.
So-
So does that clarify elementary for everyone?
that was everything for
Yeah, that's a
elementary.
good overview.
Did all the kids remediate on a Friday?
So it depended on how many subjects that student had to remediate on and test on, but remediation was a big day on that Friday. But if they had to take more than one test, then, you know, we wouldn't want to put a child through like 6 hours of remediation, you know, specifically on 3 different subjects. So they may have come back on Monday and remediated more on Monday and took the test on Tuesday or took the test on Monday after they remediated.
And transportation was provided, correct?
Transportation was provided for all students.
I'm just curious, do you think it would have been more beneficial to like remediate reading on a Monday and take the test on a Tuesday so they didn't have the weekend?
Right.
I'm just curious.
Our calendar, and we have talked about this over and over about our calendar and how we can look at maximizing our calendar next year for retest, and so that we can do exactly that. And I can tell you from working with retesting plans for our elementary principals, they were very strategic at how they planned out when they were going to retest, because they knew how valuable it was for students to get that remediation and then retest as soon as possible.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Winter, just for clarity, there is flexibility. If a student was on vacation with his family, he could come back next week and remediate and retest, because we have till June 30th to do it, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Whittington.
So Mr. Johnston's question about grade inflation notwithstanding, we are going to get to that and address that. But there were also some suggestions made that this was a practice that we attempted to hide and keep away from folks. I am going to ask Mr. Brewington to come forward, and he's going to do two things. He's going to give an explanation for, at the high school level, what we actually, what the process was. He'll also talk a little bit about the timeline for when this process was, when this information was shared with principals. And Mr. Hawks is here, who would have been a part of that conversation, and he can jump in and help Mr. Brewington with that as well. Again, I recognize that people disagree, but there are facts here, all right, and we want to make sure people understand what they are.
Good evening. To start with the timeline, board members, I would say it started in January, when we knew that, you know, high school being a little bit different animal than K-8, we know that we have two big testing windows, January and June. And so the conversations began in January because we hope to retest our fall students in January. But that would be the best time to retest individuals who took classes in the fall, is to retest them right at the end of their testing window in January. Unfortunately, the state does not allow that, so you have to wait for June to retest. We attempted, we made calls, we talked DPI, and unfortunately we were not able to. It was at that time that myself and the high school student principals began to have those conversations that we're not going to be able to test in January. We're definitely going to make a big effort to test in June. So those conversations were had in January and continued out throughout the spring as to our remediation plan, our retesting plan, and we want to put a big emphasis on it because it's just an opportunity to recoup those individuals who are not proficient. Those conversations were had all throughout the spring, and a lot of my grade alikes, emails, conversation, those types of things. The second part, I guess, to what Dr. King alludes to is the incentive piece that's been discussed. High school students are greatly different from kindergarten students. Are not moved by Mountain Dew and pizza and ice cream at that point. They can go get those things. And so what moves a high school student is grades. And so our incentive was less about the items and more about a grade. And so there's been a lot of discussion. I heard it earlier. Our principals got in the room on a couple different occasions, and as experts of that group of students, they brainstormed on how can we incentivize them. A student's end grade is what they're after. The last grade, what they call the F1, the final grade. There's an F1 in the fall and an F1 in the spring. And since the parameters say we cannot move the exam grade, the only way to move that F1 is to move a quarter grade. And so the remediation piece is to learn the material you did not master. Like, that is the remediation piece. You took biology, you were not proficient. Also, we were talking about students who passed the course but did not reach proficiency on the test. So we have a misalignment right there. So you passed, you did what you were asked to do, but you did not pass the test. So we got a misalignment. We're trying to correct that misalignment. So we're saying to the student, come back in, learn the material that you did not learn, and then take this test again. And that's really just what happened. And I'd echo Dr. King is that is the incentive, that is the concept of what we were trying to accomplish, and I think that's what we're doing as test scores come in. I think something else I want to say. I'm sorry, wasn't prepared for presentation, but I just think when you start talking about the numbers, I think Mr. Hawks said this earlier, if you'll remember. If you tell a high school student, hey, you got a 61 in the class, your final 61 grade, what shows up on their transcript is going to be a D. If you say, I tell you what, we'll give you a 63, he's got a D. So we'll give you a 65. It's just a D. Like the number will go away, the D stays. And so what the high school principals collaborative came up with was a formula that will allow students to perhaps go from a D perhaps to a C. And in my opinion, and everybody has one, if you are proficient on a state standardized test, your grade should raise. To me, that's only fair. And so that is, to me, what we did. I feel like that's what we accomplished, and I feel like that's what happened.
So you wouldn't have this information, but just in the spirit of, statistics, like the outliers, what could you imagine? I'm looking at Mr. Hawks, who, was in a high school and did administer this remediation program. What could you imagine an outlier would be, like the highest possible grade change? I mean, would you have an example of, and I'm just asking, would you have an example of a child going from a 68 to a 93? Is that possible? No, you would not.
It's anything possible, but we did see today 2 kids came back that had made a low 2, and both of them scored a low 4. They had a bad day. Okay. They were determined, they wanted to do better.
But for clarity, Mr. Johnston, to your question, I want to be real specific. The cap was 1 letter grade. So there's no, what was the numbers you called out?
I gave a hypothetical of a 68 going to a 94.
No,
I'm sorry.
That's the mathematics of the quarter increase would only allow a maximum of 10 points on your final, which means you would move 1 letter grade. You can't go from a 68 to a 93. So you can only move up 1 letter grade.
I just want to be clear, again, the kids should be coming back to retest in case they have a bad day.
Agree.
Completely agree with it.
And, I would go to the board for guidance on this, since this has caused a bit of discussion. Would it be prudent to get not the student's name, not their information, nothing to identify them, but every grade change, have it on a spreadsheet? Let's see it. I mean, if that's the point of contention, nothing identifying, and then that way, you kind of forego all of what somebody said, and we have the stuff right in front of us. I don't know if anybody would be opposed to that, but.
Was this standardized across the whole county? These points, the standard on what the decision was for raising any type of points?
One thing the high school PLC decided to do was to come up with a formula that they all could live with and implement in their buildings. Now, if a particular principal went back and altered what was agreed upon, first, they have the autonomy to do it. So I would say that. But for the most part, I believe everyone went with what the PLC agreed to so that we were all on the same page.
And I understand that the principals have, I'm not dogging anybody for that. You're telling me that a principal could have decided to go a different route and give a kid at two different schools a different percentage of points.
I don't think that happened, but to your question, I mean, can they? Yes, sir. But
yeah.
I don't think they did.
Absolutely. And Katie, Ms. Cornetto, if you could, discuss that general statute. If I'm not mistaken, a principal can assign any grade to any student that they want within somewhat of a reasonable manner. Is that correct?
Let me clarify that the statute allows the principal to grade and classify pupils, which means that they can put what grade they deserve to be in based on their proficiency or not proficiency. They can also assess the work that they've done in combination with standardized tests to evaluate the student to give them a final grade. That is how 115C, 288A, is read in the law.
In the law, it's very, the principal shall consider the pupil's classroom work and grades, which to me says the person assigning the grade is the teacher, not the principal. And that fourth quarter grade is assigned by the teacher, not the principal. So the principal shall consider the pupil's classroom work and grades that was supervised and issued by the teacher. And the overall, the final grade, yes, I believe that you're right in what you're saying about the statute. We are talking about principals asking teachers to go in to the grade book and add up to 13 points was my understanding, not 10 points, but 13 points.
No, ma'am. 10 is max. Yes, ma'am.
10 to the final, 13 to the fourth quarter.
Yes. But, yes, go, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So compelling these teachers who are putting and saying, listen, my integrity in grading is on the line here. You're asking me to do something I'm extraordinarily uncomfortable doing. And the principals are demanding that these teachers do that. And it is an inflation of the grade. If we want to remediate and retake tests, that's fine and well, and we can do that. We don't inflate grades. We already have an inflation of the grades because we hold everyone gets a 50%. Period. You get a 50%. Don't even really need to show up much. And now we're going to add another 13 points. And apparently some principals took it on themselves too. If you pass the UC, you got another 13 points on top of the 13 points that were asked for to show up for remediation. So now we've got 26 additional points added on to the 50 points that you already have. You see where this goes? This goes nowhere well. And not only that, but we do have bonuses that are offered to principals for graduation rates, for growth rates, for student success. We have our own superintendent's contract that is tied to moving these underperforming schools to C, B, and A levels. Our proficiency is directly tied to that.
You want me to say it?
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, no bonus pay is tied to proficiency. It is tied to growth, and the growth is done. The growth from last year to the administration of the EOC this spring is done. There's the growth. It doesn't matter if the child retakes the test. They don't get credit for the growth on that second administration. So you're wrong when you talk about bonuses. You know what I'm saying? That's incorrect.
Well,
But you might be
I'm talking about
something
the superintendent's contract, and I'm also talking about graduation rates and how that affects the principals. The graduation rates affect.
How does the retest affect graduation rate? The child's already passed the course. How does it affect graduation? Nobody's graduating because they went and retook this test. We didn't walk anybody else across the stage Friday night or Friday morning because they retested.
You're right about that, but in North Carolina, a student can stay in our schools until they're 21 years old. You could be in a high school for 6 years.
I don't understand
so we're
how
trying
the
to move them
but the
through.
retest policy has nothing to do with graduation rate.
We're moving them through.
I've already passed the class, so I've already gotten credit for the class, so it's not going to hold me up to graduation.
Right, you already passed the class, so the retest has nothing to do with whether you've passed your grade or not, or get credit for that particular class. Now, I stated earlier, and I guess it's my fault we're doing this now for some of you, but okay. But the reason I wanted to do this was because I think people have a right to understand how we got to where we are with facts. Now, you don't have to like those facts. You don't have to agree with the facts, like the facts. I've told you point blank, and I appreciate Dr. Bracey setting the meeting up with some of those teachers that were sending emails to the board last week on a very impromptu basis. He did on Wednesday afternoon, and we met Thursday. I appreciate him doing that because he didn't have to do that. Now, and I think those teachers deserve to hear this spoken and explained. Now, again, the thing that concerns me is when this board is accused of putting a fraudulent policy in place because, quite frankly, that's ridiculous. Now, if this board wants to... We're meeting with the board attorney. I don't know that this board can do a policy. Like I said, you don't want a board member affecting individual student grades. Now, we may not like how it's done. I think 13 points, I don't know I don't know who's doing 26 points, but that's off the chart. 13 points is off the chart. For me personally, I think it's too many. Okay? I'm not gonna back off that. At the same time, I think it needs to be understood that a lot of these students that are coming back to retest have indeed passed the class already. They're not coming back to pass the class, and that's where all of them. Okay, all of them. So every student that came back under this process has already passed the class. So when you say we're getting incentives here, and I mean, don't use that word. If we say staff or people are getting bonuses because of that, then that's not true. I mean, that can't possibly be true because you've already passed the class, and you're looking at the growth, and the growth has nothing to do with the test with this test this year. So what I'm saying is. And I didn't know, like I said, I didn't know elementary was doing it. Did middle school do anything like that too? Okay, elementary and middle did the same thing. Okay, and my guess is, and I'll ask Dr. Bracy and Dr. King this. I'm assuming other counties are doing something similar with incentives.
Absolutely, everywhere, all over the world.
So I mean, to come back and retest. So I mean, we're not on an island here. Johnston County is doing this. Now I get, and I appreciate those teachers because I will tell you this. At the meeting last week, a teacher said we were told we could lose our jobs if we didn't do this. And I quickly corrected that. Because that would not happen. Okay? And Dr. Basie was in agreement with that, but and that principal, that was addressed with that principal in front of the meeting, whether I did it appropriately or inappropriately, I don't really care. But that was handled at that time. Because you're not going to lose your job if you're a teacher and you refuse to do this. Now, what's going to happen is that principal may go in, which he has authority to do, and adjust that grade. So I want to make it perfectly clear, there will be no teacher in Johnston County punished for refusing to do this. Now, I can't say that teacher's grade is given to the principal won't be changed, if that makes sense.
I totally get what you're saying, and I think, and I'll talk to Mr. Hawks. For some reason, I've gotten very comfortable addressing him in the crowd. Mr. Hawks, you came up here earlier tonight with 7 of your colleagues and make a public comment. You made no qualms about that, and you were bold in doing so. I actually commend it. But since you were willing to take those steps, do you think it's unrealistic for me or anyone else to just request all of your grade changes? I think that would be, I mean, there's some, I don't want to say controversy, but some doubt going into that. If you provide that, I think that would speak more volumes than you making a public comment. Would you have, I mean, obviously Dr. Bracy could instruct you to provide that. I understand that.
Challenge to do that. You couldn't do it one day because you're going to have to take the role of who came and remediate like that. You're going to have to take and have to collect that proof, which you can on a spreadsheet, and then remove the names, maybe leave the student ID number, and.
Well, we don't need the ID number. I mean, yeah, I get that. And I mean, and just to forego, I mean, I don't want to, you know, I know there's attorney-client privilege, but I would also be interested in knowing ramifications or anything surrounding the implementation of a policy that would, I mean, obviously, if it's state law, that's a state law, but could we make a policy that did say, okay, we're going to, you know, do this when the teacher gives the final grade? You know, could that work, or would that be something that we couldn't do because state law would obviously supersede any policy we wrote?
I'm comfortable providing the board attorney-client privilege, confidential advice, and there are options, and I really would prefer to have that conversation where your privilege is protected.
And Mr. Johnston, what I would suggest that what we might do as staff is we will come back at the end of this period and share with the board a couple of things. We'll share with the board the total number of students who participated in this opportunity. We'll share with the board how many of them gained any points, and we'll share with the board how many of them improved their scores on the end of grade test. We'll share that information with you. We will do so in such a way that will not violate any privacy laws for our students, but we'll share that information with the board. The board can then see that information. And one thing that I will advise you, and I told Mr. Tippett this too. You ever tried to get a high school student to go back to school after school was out. We are not talking about voluminous amounts of students, I assure you, because unlike elementary school students, you know, there's a little bit less compliance in high school folk, and I don't know if my daughter's gotten out of bed since school ended last week. She certainly wouldn't have got up to go take another test. So I think we're not talking about a huge number of students, but we'll share that with you.
I think that would be good to come back and just give us a report of, you know, the effectiveness of this and you know, what did happen from all of this. So, yeah, I would like to see it.
So I would just like to say one more thing, Kevin. I apologize. I've cut you off all night. You know, I don't want anyone in this room, whether it be Dr. Bracy or any board member, to feel like they're isolated in what they're advocating for. And if a teacher assigns a student a grade and it's a C, and someone or anyone comes in and that grade moves for any reason to that teacher, they're inflating that grade, because that teacher spent 180 days with that kid, and they have the most realistic idea of what that kid earned. So for anyone to come in and change that, in that teacher's mind, you're inflating that grade. And they reached out, and Miss Antoine is advocating for them. So I just want to keep that in mind. I don't want anyone in this room to feel like they're being isolated, and I don't want anyone to come to the defense of anyone else for them being isolated and maybe offend someone else. Because I do believe all of us in here, we want what's best for these kids. So I'll end it with that, and I hope you take it the right way and don't feel isolated.
Dr. King, I'll say this. I think a lot of it was the perception of how it all happened. It happened so quickly. We found out last second. Teachers are emailing us. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Social media, there's all this crap being put out, and we don't have the facts.
Fair enough.
And in my mind, I'm just sitting here thinking, if it was so minimal and there was so few kids that it affected, was it really worth the mess that has been caused?
That's a wonderful question. And I would argue, but then this is clearly my opinion. And listen, I believe in giving kids every opportunity. Kids had an extra chance to achieve proficiency on this test. And
I don't disagree with the retesting.
And what I'm saying is, I know, because I know the facts, that nobody did anything here that was immoral, illegal, or unethical, right? And in a scenario where we're able to give kids another chance to do well in a way that is not immoral, illegal, or unethical, or fraudulent, I'm frankly willing to endure folks saying untrue things on Facebook in order to have those kids have that opportunity. Other folks may not be. I'm certainly willing to endure that. And so, again, what I would promise to this board is what I've always promised. Those four things, those three things, fair, ethical, and legal, those three things are always going to be at the heart of the work that we do. None of us are going to sacrifice our careers in order for a kid to take a test again. Nobody's going to do that. And nobody did that in this scenario.
I just want to be clear. I wasn't referencing taking the test again.
I know.
Okay.
Well,
I'm just sharing.
I appreciate y'all coming back up, Pat, Ms. Whittington, and Mr. Brewington and Dr. King, for just, I think it's helped to just get this back out. It would be my hope that you could bring back to the board the information that we talked about, just giving us some update on how this went. How did the retesting go? You know, as I said before when we started this process, we're all here for the same reason. And I think we've learned a lot through this process, and we've seen things that we like, things that we just think could maybe be done a little bit better. But that's how we grow, that's how we change, and that's really how we left it in that meeting that we had. The teachers and the principals were talking, we were just sort of watching, but was, you know, we've learned something here. Let's see, you know, if we can improve this and do this and see how we can best utilize what we all believe is a good thing to have kids come back and retest. So I'd like to see us go forth from there, but if you could get us that information, I think that would be very helpful. I would like to see it.
I'm just going to say that I was a teacher in California, I carried a license in California, and in California, anyone going in and teaching it and changing a teacher's grade, that is considered a fraud under their general statutes. I know North Carolina is different. So legal, depends on where you're at. Ethical, I think ethical is a standard. Ethical is a pretty high standard. And we have to have ethics in our schools, and we have to have integrity in our grading. Teachers have to feel like their grade means something and it's upheld. Adding 13 points to a child's grade so they come back and remediate and take a test where they pass or not is not ethical in my opinion, and that's my opinion. Fairness is the other part of this. So it's only offered apparently to some students. It was offered to all students. It got conflated. It wasn't a broadcast message. All students who took the EOC are allowed to come back for the 2-hour remediation and have that potential 13 points added to their grade. That would make it fair, because we can have students that both got 85s in a class, one passed the EOC, one did not pass, and one is going to get an opportunity to get 13 points added to their grade, and the other one isn't, the one who actually met the proficiency of the standardized test. That's not fair, and this is not ethical. And I am so disheartened with what I've seen today and the fact that we are trying to pass it over as, well, other people do it and other districts do it. Well, let's set Johnston County apart. Let's be the county that just does things ethically and does things fairly by Dr. King's own words.
And I would agree with that. I think accountability is the key thing, and I would hope that we can all be accountable from the classroom to the school board. And let's put accountability everywhere. And as we move forward, I mean, I don't think there's anything done that was done in a purposeful way to make a negative statement. I don't think is. I think people had good intentions. Sometimes those good intentions go somewhere, and I think that's where I think that's what happened here. And
to be honest with you, I did meet with the 3 gentlemen, Dr. King, Dr. Brewington, and Dr. Bracey, when the first email came in weeks and weeks ago about this practice moving forward. And I met with them because I had deep concerns about the ethics of this practice, and if this got leaked, what was going to happen, and is this going to be fair to all students? And I was given assurances by those 3 gentlemen, and they are gentlemen, and they are great leaders, that we would have a consistent and cohesive message with a fact sheet sent down so everyone was on the same page, so that the remediation or whatever we did was tied to the points, so it was not a direct grade inflation without any sort of merit. Because if we don't have merit and we could just hand kids Bs, let's just skip all the intermediate steps and hand kids Bs, then what is the point of all this?
I don't disagree with your concern. I think we're ready to move on. I'm gonna
I think we are too.
At this point in time, Madam Chair, I move the board return to closed session to consult with the board attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statutes 143-318, A3.
So I have a motion. I have a second. Second by Mr. Johnson. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, 7-0. We're now going to closed session. back. Welcome back. We are now back in open session. We do have a little bit of business to take care of, and we are looking at, we need to approve the closed session minutes from 12/21 to 10/20/22. And I will entertain a motion for approval of those minutes.
Madam Chairman, I move that the Board of Education excuse the following members from voting on the board's closed session minutes during the period of time from December 21 through October 22. Terry Tippett, Michelle Antoine, and Kevin Donovan.
Okay, I have a motion to excuse these three board members from this vote. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. Any discussion?
Due to the fact that these three members were not board members during the time period of these meetings and they do not possess the knowledge to review them for accuracy, Mr. Tippett, Ms. Anton, and Mr. Donovan should be excused from voting on the minutes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote to excuse these three board members, Mr. Donovan, Mr. Tippett, and Ms. Anton. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now I will entertain a motion for approval of the minutes.
Madam Chairman, I move that the Board of Education adopt the minutes for the closed session meetings occurring during the time period of December 21 through October 22, and that the minutes not be released due to their confidential information contained therein.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, 3-1. Okay. I don't believe we have any other business before the board. Appreciate everybody being here and all those that have already left. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. I have a motion by Mr. Wooten, a second by Mr. Donovan. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank y'all very much. We are adjourned.